Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, hi. Oh, it's been a while. Man, I got so paranoid before the stream that everything was gonna like crash or something, so I made sure everything was up to date. Everything. So nothing should go wrong. I even made sure that the internet was working extra fine. It should be. Everything should be good. I updated everything on my computer before my family went on a trip. They also went on a trip, by the way, not just me and my friends. They apparently upgraded the internet, and I upgraded my phone to make sure everything will run smoothly. So let's hope. Fingers crossed. I'm gonna believe that everything's gonna be great. I hope. I really hope. And ooh, there's gonna be special expressions during the event. Oh, perfect. Oh man, though, I'm gonna speed run this. Speed read. I need to go through like a decent amount tonight. Like tomorrow, depending how much I go through tonight, I might just have to start like 2 hours earlier. That's why I put that down. But if I go through like a decent amount, I might not have to do that. But we will find out. So starting off with unfinished goodbye, a speck of blood red upon speckless white. Ah, what a great start. Man, though, I feel so much fear for Lizadel's banner in like a couple days also. But nah, it'll be fine. I'm gonna believe. A boy cries in his dreams. To weather the blizzard, a girl wraps him within her cloak and wipes his tears away. Freezing, gusting, the air screams on. Softly, the Cyclops tells of an epic tale. Far, far away. Cyclops? Through the snowstorm seams, her voice comes. The myriad souls' calls become harmony with it. The boys' whimpers, the drum of their beat. The stream is bitter cold. Within, the girl seizes a faint breath. She covers the boy's eyes and closes her own. Even now, even here, for them, the ballad from 1,000 years ago is still playing. Ooh, this is a nice start. Armies fell upon our home. Them I saw from afar. Never mind. From valleys to hills, our lands they scarred. The king slaughtered, the myriad souls did lament. Yet one sovereign fell, 6 heroes rose. They blew the horn, led the fight, faced their foes. Alas, the wanderer's city collapsed, to ruin swift, as a fleeting peace elapsed. When all seemed lost, a black crown appeared. The twins brought hope where dread had reared. Spreads the rift, giving birth to betrayal. An assassin in the heart of tempest, them I saw from afar. A sword to slay the regent king, a spear to pierce the royal ring. Legends ends as justice calls, to righteous fate the mighty falls. Hello, hello. That is how this episode ends. The Cyclops fades into the blizzard of the dreamscape, leaving the child behind her. The boy's own cries grows distant from his ears. He wakes. Good morning, son. Summer, 1094. Outskirts of an abandoned town, Kazdel. That is how this episode ends, Ascalon. My story is over. That is what my people, the Cyclops bound for the deep north, saw as they gazed their last of Kazdel. Ooh, hello, hello. Was that a page from a long-lost story? A possible future yet to come? Or plain, meaningless gibbering? None knew for the past millennium, until they came, and fate's rapids began to narrow into a surer course, and now the fate she saw is drawn before her eyes. Okay, I see a desert. I don't care. Oh, this guy's buff. Like, yo, just check out what you can see from his arms. He is super buff. I also like how edgy his coat looks. Wow, look at all the tags he got, probably from, I don't know, maybe his enemies? Comrades, not sure. He even has brass knuckles with spikes on them. And, well, heck. His jacket in general has spikes. Yeah, this guy's cool. I want that jacket, especially. Or maybe the brass knuckles, that's actually pretty fun. And his name is Scar Eye, of course. I'm surprised you'd even hear me out. Bright blood red creeps along his mask, trickling down his chest. Ascalon's eyes narrow a hair. He's out of luck.
You're about to die, so I gave you one last token of respect. Those prophecies never did gnaw at you. In all the time we knew each other, no? That's why you will never understand how a greedy soul thirsts to control his fate.
Ooh, hello, hello. I'm pretty good right now, minus being a little bit hungry. My family was asleep until I started streaming, basically. Like, they woke up around, like, 15 minutes ago. Like, gosh darn it, people. You napped so long.
Choose better last words. I know how you hurry to convene with those Babel members. But it's not yet time for you to leave. Look, the catastrophe is near. Ah, funny. I'm curious now. What was it you found within the storm? Step aside. No commission left unfinished. The rule I set myself back when I was at the Scar market. Alive or...
Erg! I like how she just like, shut up, dude. Quiet. I have things to do. A dawn-like mist is wound around the Cyclops' neck as Ascalon vanishes behind him, leaving his body to dangle over the cliff's edge.
You ever seen your own end, then? I don't care for prophecies. We have that in common, ha! But fact is, none of us can outrun fate. Don't want you to struggle out of it. What makes you not? Why can you not? How can you not? Never forget, you have your place in the prophecies too.
Whimpering, storming. A plaintive chant rings into their ears, an elegy o'er the horizon from the convalesce of the Banshees, sucked into the storm's eye. Okay, so BB-4 is like half. Ooh, nice. That is gonna be the goal then. At one point, I might have to run out to grab a butter roll, just to keep my stomach, like, satisfied enough. I only had some noodles today. Ascalon gives an involuntary shudder. She is ice cold from head to toe. An indescribable pain rips from behind her ears down to the soles of her feet. This nameless elegy, this ill omen.
Farewell, Kazdel.
A single sigh reaches Ascalon. Her hand tightens fast until not even the faintest sound will leave Scar Eye's throat again. And then she lets go. Goodbye, Scar Eye.
Ha! Damned fate.
In a blink, the tremendous figure of the Cyclops becomes no more than a speck below the overhang. The mist scatters to the storm. The shadow of a hood goes with it. All vanishes within the teardrops falling from the cliff. Gasps, rolls of thunder from catastrophe clouds, whistles as the sand is swept across the barrens. The sound of everything culminates in silence. I wish he could have at least kept his jacket, or the brass knuckles, or both. Londinium, Victoria. Hey, Theresis.
Now, lift your heads, sarcasm of hers. If you would still see through the calling she bestowed you, here I stand. Come step forth. You may avenge her.
Hello, assassin. Hi, nice to meet you. Goodbye, assassin. I mean, hello again.
My name is stitched onto my clothes. Stitched by Her Highness Teresa's own hands. I can feel it faintly burning right this moment, and I know what that means. The mission she assigned us is over. We'll clash with you no more. The Sarkas do not draw on each other before the invader. We pledge our loyalty to you, Regent. So long as you still hold your zeal and earnestness for the Sarkas, we will trust you with our lives.
Ooh, hello, hello. And hey, Manfred, hi again.
Even though you nearly ruined all the plans we set up in Victoria. Should the military commission put us to death, we'll be willing to die, as long as it could bring her a better end. An end as she wished. A moment ago, you were in the in the Renegades in Chief, all but ready to entomb our plans. How can I possibly believe? Manfred. As she wished, you said. Your name, Deathmonger. Julie. I will remember it, and I will hand you your final mission. Guards, assassins, mercenaries, survivors of the sea and of bloodshed, one and all. You are to enter the Mausoleum of Kings. You are to render Victoria's iron heart as scrap. You are to ambush and wipe out every last Steam Knight. You'd let us take part in the Commission's core plan to enfeeble Londinium? Manfred will take good care of you. There is no chance we leave that place alive, is there?
Julie, I want to see you again. Julie, come on, Julie. I know, right? Yeah, I'm starting now. I am being super last minute, as one do.
You're welcome to fight for it. Very well. What's keeping you here? I'm just taking it in. I'm looking at the one who fostered Ascalon. She never rid herself of you. I swore to follow Her Highness Teresa, with no inkling that the tale of the mixed-blood twins, rewriters of Kazdel's history, would end this way. Let alone that this disposable life of mine had a place in it. Farewell, Your Highness Theresis. I take my hatred of you to the grave.
Goodbye, Julie. It was nice to meet you. Rhodes Island of Babel, Kazdel. Who dat? Oh, hey, Kelsey.
Keep going, Kelsey.
Never, since the day she was born, has this corridor felt so endlessly long to Kelsey.
Monster.
Angry roar.
My day. Do not bury us. Kazdel's soil cannot hold any more traitors. Finish him.
I know that. Even left on your own, your step will never falter.
Amia, doctor.
Anxious crying.
System unresponsive. This is... Monster, cut the door down.
Violent roar.
Monster, melt down.
You believe loneliness is yours alone, that you will have none of the same kind, yet from the day you woke again, we've walked shoulder to shoulder, haven't we? Immortal empires turn to dust, elder scepters rent into two under ancients' rallying cries, pulses over the sky like a surge, the immutable rhythm of the stars, from resplendent glimmer to dull collapse. Death, rebirth, the all-encompassing cycle she's ever so familiar with. Agitated howling!
Teresa.
Yet still, one day I'll choose to slow down, to stop and place where I am. When I do, Kelsey, don't grieve, keep going. Kelsey subconsciously searches her memories. Death, rebirth, the all-encompassing cycle. No, it's not. The same this time, not quite. For the first time, she must bid. To the first who could ever converse with her as an equal, to her dearest friend, farewell. Aw, she truly loved her.
Teresa.
Aw. Well, we can see who's around her. Let's just... Mysterious bodies, a super familiar cloak. And little Amia. Oh, precious baby.
So, Kelsey, it's time to say goodbye. Amia. Doctor. But... I always say one day, our wandering is bound to end. One day. The Sarkaz's wandering is bound to end. Now your wandering too has reached its endpoint. I knew full well this possibility always existed. Why? I should have stayed behind. It's my... Because I believe in Rhodes Island. I believe in Babel. I believe in you. Kelsey, I hope the roads can be a place you name home. An island you may always return to. I already did everything I could do. I won't harbor complaints for my own end. Babel's mission is concluded, while you and this landship only have just set sail. I am not the same kind as you, Kelsey. I cannot explain away your puzzlement, but I have always been your companion. Then now,
And after, I will always be with you all. Now. Aw. I know, right? Just starts off sad pain. And now, great aspirations. Okay, not too bad. 2 entrances was one exit. Yeah, no fear, and I'm not gonna bring a friend along because I want to be able to farm first thing. A bunch of red. 64 years ago, autumn. 10:30. Scar Market, Kazdel.
You protect this tag around your neck with your life. You're my precious property, slave. You understand? Start swearing. You better be worth something.
Oh.
Stay here and don't move. You inspect the goods.
The slave trader casts a glance at the silent slave behind the mercenary's back, then slightly shakes his head.
Where'd you get it? Found him on my way here, dying of thirst and about to become Mangler Chow. Thought he could fetch a good price. I came from Kazdel. I can find someone who... Doesn't matter to us where you're from, slave. Say you're Higashini's for all we care, as long as someone buys you out. I'm just checking if you've got a tail. You never know where these mercs get their goods. I promise you he's clean. You better not be messing with me, cash or barter. Ain't gonna live long enough for money to mean something. Give me some good weapons. You're the boss, here. You're the boss. He's second rate at best. Then I'll net you 2 blades, freshly cast. How about you take another look, with your eyes open this time?
What do I think of the environment? Well, there's lots of pointy rocks first thing. Very dangerous.
You can dress them up as a first rate, but it won't change anything. If you don't like our offer, feel free to get lost. And put that machete of yours away. This is a Scar market you're in. Can you throw in more? I was out on the Lithuanian border before I got back. I've got first-hand intel about the whole war in the core. Well, here's something for nothing. Careful what you spew out the mouth if you want to stay alive here. Mouthing around that you have valuable first-hand intel. You want to guess where that'll get you. Leave the goods and scram. You're holding up the line. Grunt. Not happy. Drown your sorrows in the bar. Our boss Scar brews one heck of a drink. Doesn't matter if you can't pay your tab. They'll take your weapons as collateral, merc.
The weapons he just got. He's like, I don't like this price I got. I only got like these weapons. Dang, I'm gonna drown out my sorrows by paying with these weapons I just got.
One more thing. Where do you run your bounty board? I'm here to strike it rich. The bar folk will be happy to inform you.
Start swearing. Me. The merc stares around this floating hub, hidden away in the giant subterranean hollow beneath Kazdel. Amidst the moans of the slaves, the faint yet constant rubble of lava and bursts of originium dust can be heard rising from beneath the market. Eyeing the rugged path beneath him, the mercenary recalls the perils he faced to reach here from the surface and shudders.
Just how many people are there in that goddamn chasm? Enough to break your fall if you jumped. Welcome to the Scar Market, Greenhorn. You'll love it here. What's the deal over there? Why the crowd? Probably another big name just rolled back into town. Aren't you here to strike it rich? Go on. Go on then. I'd rather keep my horns out of all that mess.
The merc vaguely makes out a pale white figure flitting through the chaotic gloom of the street. White clothes? You don't see that every day in Kazdel. Who dat?
You're injured. Tell me something I don't know. You're... The last time I was here, it was someone else handling transactions. Yes. You're referring to my grandfather. He never stopped bragging about how he'd fought you and lived. I'm surprised you remember him. In the good sense, though. That means he wasn't lying all this time. It must have been 60 years ago by now. General Theresis. Already? How sad that nothing here has changed at all. I imagine with Your Highness here too, there'll be no more violence this time, eh? Even if things get bloody, eventually you'll leave. But we'll always be here, General. We'll always have business so long as Kazdel's unrest never rests. Even now, I remember one thing my grandpa mentioned in his boasts. He said to you, "It's the land of Kazdel that needs us."
Teresa looks at the slaves, their heads down in their cages. He draws his sword.
War and turmoil have necessitated this trade for over a century. This Scar market. General, provided you can reach the surface alive, take a fresh look at Kazdel. Much of what you know will soon change. All Sarkaz will be part of this change. All? Us too? Yes, I'm not inclined to explain our vision to the likes of you, but I will stay here a while longer and wait for her return. Until then, I welcome you mercenaries who challenge me, just as 60 years ago. I will take you to Kazdel, willingly or otherwise.
His voice isn't loud, but every Sarkaz present hangs onto his every word. The mixed blood Sarkaz stands alone. No retinue, no army, armed only with an ordinary-looking longsword, casually held in the hand that wields it. His steely gaze pierces through the dim of the street, settling calmly in the direction of the only person he cares for. I see lots of stuff in there. You can dismiss the mercenaries in ambush. No doubt they're your most trusted men.
This is out of my respect for the King of Sarkaz. None aside from the General can claim to know your true motives after all. Your Highness, do you truly believe this can change the fate of the Sarkaz? They are not just another ill-fated hero caught in the cycle of hope and failure.
Once the dust has all settled, your answer will come naturally. Following that pyrrhic victory, we built from zero a moving city. The great nomad of Sarkaz, soil for over a century now. We can evade catastrophes and foreign armies. Our development has finally reached the point of basic self-sufficiency. But it's so far from enough. The storm has long been brewing on the horizon. But we were too oblivious, like a burdened beast too slow to react, too old to move.
Your Highness must be referring to that war between Lethanian and Gaul.
Surely you, too, are aware of the magnitudes of that war. Corsica the First even secretly hired our royal court casters as his consultants, but despite a period of seclusion, Lethanian's Witch King thwarted Gaul's offenses with his opening move. And now, Ursus and Victoria have also declared war on Gaul. These present empires display a might so far removed from the enemy once 130 years ago, against which we stalked all Kazdel just to barely prevail. That was already a victory in name only. If Kazdel must now be thrust into the same situation, how could it possibly end?
It is for this end that you wish to establish the military commission of Kazdel. Yet the old aristocrats of the royal court grow resentful, refusing to relinquish their sumptuous city lives, and viewing this as an attempt to challenge their privileges.
A century of peace is enough for certain memories to slip their minds.
So, what made you deign to come here in person? Do you see the Scar market as the royal court for the bottom feeders, where the likes of us skate by and make merry?
For this event, I'm most excited to see more of Teresa. Also that we get free Ascalon, and that's always exciting. My only hope is for more Sarkaz to join us and resist the voices that refuse to embrace change.
Resist? Perhaps your Highness meant terrorize and purge.
What I want is a reform, not a slaughter.
So, what's the reward? This Scar market's not a real royal court. What we have with the mercenaries is partnership, not fealty. Without compensation, no one will work for us.
Reward? Are the spoils of war not enough? Are the riches, power, or food that should have gone to the hungry people not enough to sate your appetite? You claim to provide shelter and a livelihood for countless Sarkaz warriors with your rhetoric of justice. Yet, I could almost hear their bones crunch as you squeeze them dry for profit.
Sorry, but in this business, we eat people whole and chew on their bones.
Scar, you too are a Sarkaz. You too are part of Kazdel. While Teresa cannot see what expression lies behind behind Scar-Eye's mask, his emotions are clear as day before her pitch-black crown. No commoner in Kazdel would ever dare defy the royal court. But in his emotions, all Teresa sees is a fervor and bloodthirst. You won't refuse.
Ha! Why would I? Do you think I'm scared they'll take revenge on me? The royal court's no mystery to me. Your Highness knows that plenty well. And let me say, you've promised me, no doubt, the best reward I could ask for. We thrive on chaos, and I can see the level of chaos you will bring upon Kazdel.
The fact that you've kept the name Scar tells me that your ideas haven't changed.
Like you said, the nations of Terra have grown tremendously in power over the last century. We could throw more revenants into the soul furnace and stoke its flames, but it'll not close the gap. So why force the people who aren't really the same race to band together, call themselves the Sarkaz, and build the giant target called Kazdel? The war between the four superpowers has proven that other Terran nations can accept our existence as mercenaries, and that's where Scar Market comes in. And your Highness surely knows that we've become a community, a town, because many of us could never fit into the elitist, bloodline-obsessed royal court. In all these years, I may have helped just as many Sarkaz find a new way of life as the 6 heroes, if not even more. And I'm not the least bit ashamed to say it, your Highness, King of Sarkaz.
Teresa doesn't reply. All she offers is a faint smile at the cyclops. It suddenly occurs to Scar-Eye that this King of Sarkaz belongs to no royal court and represents no bloodline. Her sole aim is to persuade the Sarkaz, who are unwilling to believe that Kazdel can be built, some of whom have even committed crimes for this cause, to believe once more. But is she enough to break free from the cycle of tragic failures, from the ending he foresaw?
Come to think of it, there's one thing I don't get, your Highness. I might have agreed to help you, but why didn't you and General Teresa simply burn this place to the ground before the day's end? I would have little chance of winning if you decided to do so, just like you did 60 years ago.
A minute ago, you described Kazdel as nothing but a target, and that you want another way for the Sarkaz to live, one that would have them depend on other nations.
Yes.
So tell me, in your prophetic visions, have you seen Kazdel's destruction? Have you seen my death, Teresa's death, and the destruction of all that you stand against? And what about yourself? How do you behold your death? A slow and agonizing death by erypathy? Slain in battle on foreign soil? Or drowned in a sea of plots and conspiracies? Have you ever left this place and seen Kazdel as it is now? Have you ever truly seen the future?
Is this your way of asking for prophecy? I don't give handouts, but for your Highness, I'll consider a discount.
Such nerve. No wonder you're able to claw your way out of this bleakness and rebuild this mercenary's paradise. But I'll pass on the prophecy. Prophecies and fate have no value. It's getting late. I look forward to your return to Kazdel. He watches her go and heaves a long sigh only when even her footsteps fall from earshot. Son of a bitch. Foresight prophesies his own death? He bought his coffin this very morning. As one do.
Tally up the losses. Boss, the slaves. Set them free. They're bound to get tangled up in the Scar market after the war begins anyway, at most. We lose out on pocket change.
Well, they were saying like they're half-bloods, so if they say that there's no bloodline, kind of understandable. They've just been calling them stuff. I wonder if they technically became royalty after, like, the crown just showed up on Teresa. It's like, oh, I guess we're royalty now. Teehee.
Set them free. They're bound to get tangled up in the Scar market after the war begins anyway. At most, we lose out on pocket change. Did anyone take on General Teresa and survive? Yes, I've noted them all down. Take them to supplies for a little reward. They've got real balls. When you're done, take them to the bar entrance and kill them all in front of everyone. Send their heads to General Theresis as an apology.
Wow. Like, dang, these guys have balls. Let's give them a reward. And then we kill them.
Got it. Send the reward to whatever family and friends they have as a bereavement. Tell every merc looking to make a living in the Scar market. I don't want to see anyone trying funny shit on my turf.
He heads alone to the bar, the tags on his cloak jangling in his steps. He stands prominently in the crowd, watching as the blades take the light from the mercenaries' eyes. Still, no one fights back. Utter disappointment.
Drinks are on the house tonight, both to celebrate the two highnesses sparing your lives, and to celebrate the huge gig you've all just landed. Your objective is in Kazdel. Get your shit ready, soon. You're all gonna be in the city.
Oh, time to leave. Or enter secret entrance at the Scar Market, Kazdel.
You've been quiet for some while now, Teresa. Are you hesitating?
No, I have confidence in you. A reshuffle of the War Council is inevitable. It's just... I've been thinking about the city's future. War won't stop itself at Gaul. Our pace has fallen too far behind. Corsica the First commands an indomitable fleet of dreadnoughts and guard battalions. The Mad King of Lithuanian has more than his art and his arsenal to effect Gaul's failure. The industrial might of both Ursus and Victoria, in the throes of a large-scale war, has far surpassed their imaginations.
Many assume to know war like the back of their hands simply by living long enough through it. If our concept of war still lingers on the Great Battle from a century ago, then we have drastically underestimated how quickly wars can nourish empire and fuel dictatorships. This is exactly why we need a military commission.
It's more than that, Teresa.
I know.
When the day comes, when the Sarkists wish to live on, if a brittle, creaking city is all they have to call their own, it'll be far from enough. Do you remember the idea I proposed back when Kelsey was designing the city's blueprints with us?
Babel.
To transcend the borders of race and nation, to echo far and wide in our ideals, in our epics.
Founded by the Sarkas.
So Kelsey's been with them already. Dang, how many years have she been with them? We will prepare Kazdel for the coming crisis, strive to eradicate the poverty and disease that have plagued them for millennia, and send a message to all of Terra. There will come a future when we all stand as one. The Sarkas too are part of Terra's destiny. This is not the first Teresa has heard of her idea. Apart from the dame who left after helping build the nomadic city of Kazdel many years ago, he alone knows the true belief of the current king of Sarkas.
Kazdel won't accept this Babel. You and I both know that well. It's but a dream of attempting to subvert reality.
Yes, for now at least. We can't be talking of such grand ideals, while even our own affairs are slipping away from us. It's my hope that this Babel can become a part of Kazdel, Teresa.
Are you prepared then? As I said before, it's not just the other nations that will oppose you. Kazdel and the Sarkas clinging to their hatred will also stand against you. It is cruel to force them to forgive and forget. The persecution of the Sarkas is not history. The ancient hatred is what drives many to survive until this day.
I am the king of Sarkas. This responsibility is all mine to bear. I must show them a way out of this.
I see. Then go. Do what you will. Teresa, I still do not approve of your vision, but I do support your decision, and the future military commission will too. If your gaze is set too far to see what lies before you, I shall sweep away all that obstructs you at the moment, just as always.
I know.
Come, let's go home. Kazdel still needs us for what's about to happen.
Oh yes, Scar mentioned the prophecy again as I was leaving. The signs of a pessimistic fate.
And your reaction?
I don't care.
Agreed.
Kazdel, a strange and familiar name. Many from this great land see it as a pit from which devils crawl, a terrible place to be avoided at all costs, while to the Sarkas the name only evokes equally conflicted emotions. Despite generations of Sarkas passing on that Kazdel is a Sarkas' homeland, an outsider might wonder if they mean the city or the entirety of those lands. Perhaps only they themselves know.
It never struck me on the way out just how high this wall is. Oh well, at least I can go home alive now. That means I'm pretty lucky. That man in the Scar Market, that was General Theresis, the first of this city's founders. The hero of that legendary campaign. If I had the courage to ask him to take me in, maybe I could have just... I'm dreaming again.
He sits atop the high wall, experiencing for the first time a new lease on life. Few of Kazdel's civilian Sarkas, save for the children who haven't yet cottoned onto the fear of death, ever climb onto the city wall. I know, right? Super spiky. If the tremendous pipes and tubes piled high can even be called a wall, the intricately tangled forest of originium spikes can take the lives of anyone who loses their footing, but it also serves as the haven for pilferers and mercenaries to stash their goods. Smugglers and vagrants cross through the dark underground, peeking out from the tunnels and drains at mines and factories, scuttling from one corner of the city to another. The life the slave once knew.
The general gave me a fresh start, so what should I do from now on?
He gazes at the furnace, burning and smoldering far away, teeming with indiscernible workers as they carry originium, steel, dirt, and stones into its hearth. To Kazdel, the nomad, its flames bring motion, while the molten metal that flows out adds new appendage to the city. For a whole century, it's belched its incessant black smoke. None know whether it's ash or originium dust. Some say it's the bitter anger and anguish as revenants exhale their last breath. Witchcraft altars hang high in the city, intermittently flashing their blinding rays. The slave has heard many different versions from their urban legend. The most frightening versions claim that the royal court's casters work day and night on the altars, watching everything and listening to every conversation in the city.
Maybe I can try my luck at the factories too. It doesn't matter what else. I've made it back alive. It's been months since I left. I don't know how many of my friends are still alive.
Good luck to you, timid dude. The nomadic city of Kazdel.
Sarkas swearing! What happened here? Why are all the doors open and the furniture all smashed?
Pool Top, you're back. Pool Top. That his name? Interesting.
It's you. What are you doing here? Where'd you get that ornament? Something big is happening. Royal court nobles are being dragged out of their homes, houses, and killed by mercenaries appearing from nowhere, while the city guards do nothing. A lot of us have been sneaking into the empty houses, and boy, have we dredged up some good stuff.
I don't blame wary civilian. Loot goblin ways. It's like, oh, they don't need that anymore. They don't live there anymore. They're not alive anymore. Well, by now.
How are you still alive, though? Word got out that you wanted to leave the city and find your own way, and after so long, we all assumed that you died out there. Heh, you won't believe my luck. First, I was left to die without food or water. Then I was taken to the Scar Market. But guess what? General Teresa saved my life. The general himself. Then on the way home, I ran to this guy with a halo over his head, calling himself a messenger, and he brought me all the way back to the city wall.
Oh, I wonder who you met up with.
So I decided to change my name to Goodluck starting today. You guys can forget that lousy old name of mine.
Hi, Goodluck. Wow, that's a good name. I wish I could be called Goodluck.
A guy with a halo, a sancta, and then the general. You sure learned how to lie, Goodluck. Believe me or don't, but either way, today's a fresh new start for me. I'm gonna go be a miner. I looted the Notchzera's house earlier and found some hot air balloons. Wanna launch me on one and put that luck to yours to good use? I'm in. Well, that was fast. Man, it feels good to be home.
Goodluck glances around at the people swarming the streets. This is the life he knows. Wow, his name is literally Goodluck now. I love it. If he wants to survive, the city will always offer him a way.
Thank you, Fate, and thank you, General.
I'm happy for Goodluck. Good for Goodluck. I wonder if we'll see him again. It'd be nice to see Goodluck. Ooh, let's see how scary these zoos are. Okay, ooh, they just be skating around. Look at him moving around for the funsies. Oops, I should have brought out. No, I derped. I derped hardcore. Oh, actually, no, those are just. Never mind. Those are enemies for reals. And there. This is fine. This be fine. Totally fine for now. Okay, yeah, this is good. I just like how those guys are just sliding around. That's cute. They're adorable. They have the zoomies. The man, seeing them exercise makes me want to grab a butter roll. Maybe after this. There's fresh butter rolls in the living room. I don't know what we're gonna have for dinner, if there's even gonna be dinner tonight, so I might as well eat butter rolls. Or a butter roll. Maybe drink some milk too. That's a good amount of calories. Butter roll and whole milk. Or maybe that's too many calories, actually. Eh. Darkness. Autumn 1031. The nomadic city of Kazdel. Hey, it's Goodluck.
Hey, let me through already. Hey, no shoving. You want a good spot, I'll trade you mine for some high-purity originium out of the mines. Don't just grab at the leaflet out of my hands. Urgh! That blood all over you stinks. Can't help it when you're breaking into dead people's houses. Lingoness. That's how you read that word, right? Where's Lingoness? Gaul. Oh, where's Gaul? How the sarcastic swearing should I know where Gaul is? Hey, what's with that attitude? Shh! The Highnesses and the Royal Court big shots are discussing something in the chamber. I heard it's about the reorganizing of the city. Haven't you noticed all the extra guards on the streets recently? So quiet down a bit. Weather's been real stuffy today.
Ooh, it's a round table.
It is decided. The military commission will replace the war council when assisting the king of Sarkaz, Teresa in decision-making related to Kazdel's military and political affairs. The military commission will be the sole administration of Kazdel, and none will have the authority to issue commands to the Sarkaz in the royal court's name. All present have already received the details of this resolution. To the royal court leaders who still wish to cling onto the war council, know that the military commission of Kazdel will become the final bastion of the Sarkaz, our eternal fortress, and the usher of a new order.
Are there any further questions? Oh, is that Banshee Mama? Hi lady. Oh, she's so pretty. Your Highness appears more haggard than you did yesterday. Please look after your health. No military commission is worth it. If it comes at the cost of your Highness's health. Oh, what a name. Lacura Malign, I'm gonna assume. Lacura Malign, thank you. I know how hard you have worked for this day, and I also know how Kazdel today views the Banshees of the Convergence. But before I state our position, I encountered a lost envoy of the Liches on my journey here. He entrusted me with a letter to your Highness.
that he couldn't even find the road here. Let this be proof of the immense changes Kazdel's undergone.
Ah, the guy got lost just like me.
A letter from Lathanian. If things are going as expected, Your Highness's messenger would still not have received any news from the cyclopses. Rather than waiting for the response from deep in the blizzard, should we not hear how the liches of Lathanian answer? You're right, it has been a very long time since the Sarkats were able to truly unite.
Oh? The ornate calligraphy upon the letter turns into silken threads that float above the paper and weave into the shape of a familiar figure. Ah, of course. Of course it's Fremont.
Fremont, a lich who has long resided in Lathanian, it appears that he is now the first scribe for the liches. It seems that the arts practiced by the liches of Lathanian have seen some stylistic changes. Oh, he appears rather excited. Why is there only image but no sound? Well, the Lich Envoy did suggest to me that he was rather vexed with refining his master's words, but never did I imagine that he would simply erase all the sound. In short, Fremont apologizes on behalf of the Liches. They're enthralled as ever by their quest for knowledge, and are therefore unable to afford the distraction of making the long journey here.
A person who saw Fremont for the first time for the event? Wow, that's... Wow! What a reaction! Damn, he ugly! But come on, look at him. He has his nice dapper outfit. He has his shiny gloves, which I really like, actually. And look at the way his beard and hair is like side swept. Now that is classy.
I'm sure with your abilities, Your Highness can understand Fremont's attitude on the matter from his image alone. To me, it appears as though he is sensitive to drastic change, as has always been his wont. Ah yes, there's another letter from Fremont, one addressed directly to the General.
But I remind you, Lacura Malign, that you are nobody's messenger. You have not yet expressed where the Banshee court stands.
I assumed that we had reached an understanding in this course of our reminiscing yesterday. The Banshees will not participate. We're still recovering from the wounds inflicted by the past war. Perhaps another Sarkas will castigate for us for this. But all present should know that since that war, the elegies have yet to cease in our valley. We have suffered grievous losses. If Kazdel calls on the aid of the Banshees once more, then I will give the same promise as Fremont. The Banshees will be there. But until that day, you'll find us willing but unable. Naturally, I myself will render what little assistance I am able to give from this day onwards. That's more than we could ask for. Thank you. Lacura Malign. You're welcome, Your Highness. You know where I stand. For the past 100 years, I've always stood by the decisions you have made. I can only hope that your brother does not blame us for watching from the sidelines.
Nah, he is right now. You can tell by that look. He's just like, I'm gonna remember this.
Next, Lord Nesalem, the Notchthera King. You were once the leader of the War Council, and the mentor of Theresis and I. What is your opinion on these many proposals? Where do the other council members that you represent stand in the matter?
Have you discussed them with the Motsi cluster?
They have long since taken root in Kazdel, under many different names and faces. We have had many conversations over the years, and they have no objections.
Then I have no objections of my own. Your Highness need not worry about the bureaucratic hurdles, policy imperfections, or enforcement mechanisms. Where I stand is also where the other members of the council stands. We all know what we truly long for: a turnabout, a change, a banner. Go, do as you will. We will notch their king. I promise you that. I trust that this stagnant and dulled war can take on a new form in your hands.
I notice you have not said a word this entire meeting. Sanguine Arc of Vampires. Pretty boy? It is pretty boy.
To take the War Council and the century of history behind it, and sweep it into the gutter alongside the exalted heroic age and what little triumphs within. Is that the General's decision? It is our decision. Speak your mind. Dukariel.
Dukariel lowers his gaze. Teresa's white skirt is mottled with many a blackened bloodstain. The Sanguine Arc is highly attuned to such matters. He senses the blood of the lowly, the foul stench of fallen descendants, and the murky taint of royal court members who willingly debase themselves.
I thank your highness for purifying the filthy blood that I still bore in my stead. But never have I needed to hide my request behind honeyed words, such as it has been for every king of the past, and so it will be for you. The military commission is merely an attempt to hide Sarkaz's witchcraft and bled behind a more modern, more efficient name. Truth be told, I feel like this is insignificant. More than insignificant, it is simply not necessary.
You reject the proposal? On behalf of the vampire court? Ducario glances at Teresa's, but Teresa's remains indifferent to him. Time has left almost no trace of the mixed blood Sarkaz. He stands steadfast by Teresa's side, the same nameless warrior who stood by the seamstress a century ago. His eyes never fall on the vampire.
Not a rejection, no. I am merely expressing some minor frustrations about this meeting. You're great and powerful, all of you are. How long has it been since so many members of the royal court have gathered here in Kazdel? Not to mention, it was you who defeated that foolish coalition in the prior age and wrestled the future into your own hands, before personally establishing the War Council. And now you wish to personally change this council? Why? Look about you at the other dignitaries in this chamber.
Stare.
You've long reached a consensus. The only obstacle to your military commission is myself and the vampires. You would foist some ridiculous title upon me before forcing all vampires to bow down to your commission. When did you learn this political trickery that those Victorians and Lethadians so love? Why not just take my head here and now and slaughter the vampires within the city's walls? This meeting was not convened to persecute anyone. Was it not?
It was convened to discuss how to bring Kazdel into a new age.
A new age? In that so-called Age of the Six Heroes, the songs love to praise. What I saw was bloodthirst and violence. I thought that when I arrived in Kazdel, I'll be greeted with the sound of Ulysses wailing. But what did I see instead? I saw the coalition routed, witchcraft enough to cover the land and fill the skies, crush the enemy front. The power of the Sarkaz shook the earth. I felt amazement. I felt excitement. Spurred by my passion, I took the head of the Lethanian envoy who had orchestrated the coalition and offered it to the War Council. Nesalem. The war was the true beginning of a new age. I thought you would agree with me. Have you too succumbed to the schemes in politics and shut your ears to the echoes of the abyss? The abyss has no place for you, Dukariel. Do not drag me into your tantrum.
I love how he's just telling him off. He's like, nope, do not get me in this. This is your mess, not my mess. Stop, shut your face.
My apologies, but I am curious. What position did they offer the esteemed Sarkaz Master of War in the military commission that has rendered even you so short-sighted? All I await is the next war. And what war would that be? If it pleases you, your highness. Come, Dukariel, I will show you.
Teresa nods her head in silent approval. The King of Sarkaz's emotions envelop the entire chamber and all the members of the royal court. Through the king's eyes, they see ruination and grief. They see the century-old order that the Gaulish Empire so painstakingly maintained within the core region obliterated by the combined forces of Ursus. Oh, it's automatically going. Oops. They see Lingones, the capital of the world, doomed to never again appear on the map of Terra. Oh, is that one not gonna go automatic? Oh wait, the other one, I guess. Okay, that was just... They see the century-old order that the Gaulish Empire so painstakingly maintained within the core region obliterated by the combined forces of Ursus, Victorian, and Lathanian. Those present recall the campaign that reduced Kazdel to dust. But it is not yet over. An even further future, an even further fantasy, an even further possibility. Steam Knight or Knights and the green figure that we totally do not know. It is no longer a story to reflect upon, rather, it is a speculation, a deduction, a prediction, and a verdict. But none question it, for all possibilities must be treated equally, even for the one they see. And its ending is equally significant and indisputable as any other. It is a change, a turning point in history, a divergence of fate. A crucial war looms in the horizon. It will span from now into the distant future, impacting every Sarkaz and all of Terra. All present have seen their positions on that war, the roles that they wish to play.
You should understand now, vampire. You should understand what these visions mean. Or perhaps you've begun to grow weak and feeble as Ulysses in his short span of 100 years. You were once a warrior. I cannot deny that. But are you saying that a new and reborn Kazdel requires the royal court to relinquish its former authority? Close, but not quite. The new Kazdel will no longer require the royal court's former authority. It will be more modern, more efficient. Ducariel, how can the Sarkaz speak on unity when you continue to indulge in your noble bloodlines? Will it come from the rule of the royal court? You may still rule over your own court and maintain the power and prestige you hold among the Sarkaz, but the vampire court must yield to the military commission. I promise you this in Teresa's name. When the age that you witness comes, Kazdel will no longer be a simple dot upon the map. It was once more than just a city, and so it shall be more again. It seems I have spoken out of turn. Please continue, Your Highness Teresa.
In the aftermath of the ongoing conflicts, enough to reshape current power and dynamics will engulf us all. It may come in 50 years, in 10, or perhaps even tomorrow. Kazdel cannot escape it. The Demosity and I both saw the visions of the campaign that will destroy Lingones. High-efficiency command systems made possible by Originium arts, high-speed battleships that can break through the front lines, maneuver tactics that can mobilize entire legions. New advancements are applied to the battlefield as we speak. Their capacity for destruction is surpassing our innate instinct rooted in our bloodlines.
What worries me more is the fact that we will still find fellow Sarkaz among the countless casualties of war. Gaul-employed royal court casters and liches and Athenian are killing each other in battle, while a certain Wendigo is spilling the blood of his fellow Sarkaz to prove his loyalty to the Ursine Tsar. As for the Sarkaz mercenaries sent to the front lines as arts fodder, they won't even be counted in the nation's casualty statistics. The Sarkaz massacre one another in wars we have no stake in, regarded as disposable goods to be abandoned without care by the leaders in those wars. For the sake of keeping peace with these changes, the Sarkaz must once again gather around the furnace, and if necessary, the power to dominate the war must lie in our hands.
Teresa looks at Teresa, waiting for her opinion, but Teresa does not speak, her eyes placid as before.
We will plunder the other nations, and wrest their most profound secrets from them. We were once the proud Tikaz, forced to become the Sarkaz and derided as devils, because the Outlanders feared us. It is an ancient fear, rooted up deep in their hearts. Let us remind them, let us show all of Terra our history and legend, that have been either forgotten or falsified.
The Sarkaz are not weak.
The Sarkaz are not weak. We do not need others who save us from our fate. On the contrary, we will dictate the fate of Terra, dictate how this land should move forward.
But yeah, since they mentioned Lingoness a lot, I wonder how that place be.
The details of our plan have been delivered to all present through the runic arts of the Banshees. Ducariel. Do you still hold out? No. Exceptional work, Theresis. Set aside a seat on the military commission for the Crimson Court. It appears that our Nachzera king has not yet grown addled with age, but as to whether or not he could usher in such a grand feast. Warriors need not die in a blaze of glory. That is a vulgarity once chased by those who seek fame. Oh, I nearly forgot you were still here. The Carameline. I've made myself abundantly clear from the start, Prince Ducariel. I need only silently observe your enthusiastic attempt at self-expression. How pitiful it is to look upon such a shabby little court. I would cherish your elegies. Then this I promise you, when death comes for you, the Lord of the Banshees will sing you an elegy, delivered to you by the night wind. Set aside your chatter for another time. It seems your highnesses still have matters to discuss. The other members of the War Council will wish to know their decisions. Ducariel, Maline, and to you, Damacy, disguised outside the door with me.
The Nachzera king nods his head towards Teresa. The other two members of the royal court do not bid the king farewell. They simply follow the Nachzera king out of the chamber. I think that meeting went by, well, kind of. After the meeting's end, Teresa stays by Teresa's side, standing silently. He knows that she will be expecting an answer from him. You never mentioned that you would announce the plans for war to the royal court.
You do not refute me either.
Would I have been able to refute anything?
You're well aware of what I think. If you wanted to argue against any of it, you would have done so a few years ago. For now, I had them by the reins. But it's not just them. This entire city hungers for war.
I'll prevent matters from heading down the worst possible path, lest the prospects of Terra's continued existence becomes infinitesimally small.
You must be quick about it.
I will. What does Fremont's letter say? As Theresis opens the envelope, the writing vanishes before his eyes, yet the message has already etched itself indelibly into his mind.
He has surmised what would transpire during the meeting rather accurately. He has given his opinion on some matters alongside a reminder. Do not place all of your coming hopes in one basket.
The nomadic city of Kazdel.
You with the Babel? Nah. Don't count on the military commission to look after you all.
We're here to help you.
Help us? My parents died at the hands of you Lithanians. You got some nerves. What, not scared of me?
We knew what to expect when we came here. Just need some getting used to. Besides, our captain warned us not to agitate the locals.
You looking down on me? Sarkis swearing!
Eh?
The hell's this? Let me go!
Welcoming wave.
Do not harm him, but do not make him leave.
Dr. Kelsey?
I said not to deviate from our planned route, even if it is to treat the wounded along the way.
Sorry, Dr. Kelsey.
No matter. You handled it well. We've reached your destination. Welcome to Babel.
Ooh, it looks sleek in here. Nice. Babel office, Kazdel. Did you manage to retrieve all of our stray colleagues?
Yes, all is well with them. The construction of Babel's facilities is proceeding smoothly. The school that you were so looking forward to is already complete.
Yet I heard that the unbeatable Dr. Kelsey had not too long ago been turned down, perhaps even kicked out?
I did not foresee such a direct refusal.
I'm not surprised at all, to be honest. To many Sarkas, the invitation of the king is barely worth the paper it's printed on.
On the other hand, our connections with Sargon and Rimbilliton have delivered good news. As for Colombia, some scientists have proposed a technology exchange program. They have their eyes on the ancient Sarkaz witchcraft, while we have need of their latest mobile farms.
It took us a century's effort to share an equal dialogue with these powers.
The results speak for themselves. You are creating new history, Teresa.
Thank you, Kelsey. But I can tell you've had a lot on your mind recently.
The military commission has been formally established. Babel's existence will spark yet another near irreconcilable conflict in Kazdel. Our staff comes from different races and nations. How should they live alongside the Sarkaz? If your efforts to soothe enmity and prejudice instead become a fuse to spark conflict anew, what does your highness plan to do?
If we cannot even eliminate prejudice and hatred within the walls of Kazdel, how can Babel hope to achieve equality for the Sarkaz throughout all of Terra? There will be members of the military commission posted to Babel soon. They will ensure the safety of our people. This will also serve as a warning to some. Babel is backed by both Theresis and me. Oh right, did I ever tell you how I met a Sancta messenger, Kelsey?
Strange, the Sancta do not generally dare to approach the borders of Kazdel. Was this why your highness disappeared this afternoon?
Was it that obvious? I thought that Kura Madeline had me covered.
The Lord of the Banshees clearly tried, but judging from the results, she isn't the best pick for clerical work. Well, one of the Sancta messenger.
He was getting water from the river, and we struck up a conversation. We chatted about many things, history and peace and hatred. Our viewpoints did not align on most things, but I could sense within him wisdom and intelligence beyond his years. He had thoughts concealed within his heart, ones that he did not know of, and so...
You used the power of the King of Sarkaz on the Sancta?
I simply wished to know what this fated encounter meant.
And what did it mean?
Kelsey's current expression... To me, she looks inquisitive. It's still hard to say, but while I was looking at his soul, I felt that, perhaps, we're not so alone, Kelsey. Many in this land are doing all they can to pursue hope. Hopes big and small, hopes bright and beautiful. Oh, it is Mr. Goodluck?
Ugh, that hurt. Are the people nuts or something? I just want to get a few nice things for myself. Never even heard of any Babel.
He steadies himself against the wall, gasping for air as his vision begins to blur. Fatigue floods his limbs, weighing him down. Through his blurred vision, he sees another in front of him fall to the crazed attacker's blades. He knows he will be next.
I refuse to die here. It's you or me, you bastards! Out of the way!
He uses the last of his strength to barrel his way out, but the only resistance he meets is solid ground. All he sees is black. Are you alright? Were you trying to save me just now? There's so much blood. Why does it feel like I'm the one saving you? Hold on, I'll bring you to Babel. Our doctors there can save you, can help you.
Ha! I am still alive.
Humph! Who'd have thought those lunatics would have decided to attack innocent bystanders in broad daylight to get at Babel? I don't know how the others are faring. Hey, stay with me. I still don't know your name.
I'm Goodluck.
Huh? For the first time, he regrets giving himself this name. He's like, man, my name is kind of corny. But nah, he's Goodluck right now. He lived. He lived to tell the tale as one do. When your name is Goodluck. Oh, it's a tutorial. Let's do it. I have no fear. I don't gotta look at the map for the tutorial. Instructor Doberman. Instructions for further action, please. Instructor Doberman.
I'm fine. Let's get started with today's training mission. Be wary of hollows in the ground. The nomadic city of Kazdel is far from structurally sound, and employs numerous transverse plates to fix itself together. Operators cannot directly be deployed onto those transverse plates, and will need operators deployed in regular tiles to provide assistance.
Wow, it's so high up here. Instructor Doberman, are you okay? You look...
I'm fine. Begin the exercise.
Aw, is Doberman afraid of heights? That's kinda cute. Hostile spotted. Moving at high speed towards the objective point.
Jessica, stay calm. Cruz, get to your deployment point. Then pass the stabilizer chain to me. Jessica, Cruz is in position. Proceed to your designated coordinates now.
Okay.
Deploy to the left and prepare to engage.
Okay. Is this a stabilizer chain instructor?
Yes, shadow transverse plates are found all over Kazdel. Without stabilizer chains, operators won't be able to engage in combat like usual. Stabilizer chains are custom equipment for improving combat conditions. When an operator is deployed to a transverse plane, the last operator deployed within a certain range will throw one stabilizer chain to them, ensuring stability.
Oh man, how's this gonna work? When I have my peoples out. The enemies seem to be slow by the chain. That's right, stabilizer chains can also apply special effects on the enemies as a form of defense. Oh, that's nice.
But remember, an operator can only hold up to 2 stabilizer chains at once.
Not bad at all, actually. I have no fear. Oh gosh, maybe I have fear. Alright, the next exercise should be improved improvised combat. Guess I'll retreat for now, as planned. Ruth, wait, we're still late!
Cruz, Jessica, stay close. Remember what the exercise is about. Always be mindful of your teammate's status. Why does it have to be so high?
Aw, she does have a fear of heights. It's cute.
Deep breaths, 5 more seconds. Now, based on what you've learned, what should you do when your teammates are in danger?
I know, Instructor Doberman. You didn't immediately fall into the transverse plate when you lost your stabilizer chain. Instead, you gained the status unsteady. Well, it's saying over here, so... If another operator such as myself is deployed on a normal plate near you in time, they'll be able to throw the stabilizer chain to you.
Well done, Fang.
Okay, this is good so far. Ah! Jessica! Ah. Okay. I'm not looking forward to the retreat. We're fate's guides. Few entrance to exit. You know, I'm gonna get it ready and then I'm just gonna eat one or two butter rolls. Or see if anyone actually made dinner yet by now. It's been like an hour since everyone woke up, so maybe there's dinner. I just want a bite to eat. It's been... I don't know how many hours since I ate my noodles in the morning. So be right back. I need a little bit more calories in my tummy. Hello, I am back. And yeah, it's basically like these round breads with lots and lots of butter. Delicious butter rolls. I ate 2 and I drank a packet of milk. But it doesn't look like anyone's gonna get dinner or make dinner tonight, so I'm just gonna text my bro since he's out right now. I'm gonna be like, when you're coming home, can you please if you pick up food, can you get me something too? Because I kind of want something savory besides my butter rolls. So let's see. I ate 2 butter rolls. But if you're going out to get any snacks tonight, please pick me something too. I want something else besides butter roll, something savory. If it has meat, even better. Please. Need some meat? Because I crave that kind of stuff. Okay. Okay. Oh, good. Phew. And now to continue the story. "26 years ago, autumn 1068. Wasteland, Lithuanian.
How do you like this place?
Like an energetic child, waking from slumber, rushing out the door to enjoy the fruits of life to the fullest."
It was the Kurfürst who wrote it, inspired by His Holiness's visit to Vasalan when he was still a messenger for Laterano. The young and enthusiastic future pontiff told the children about all that he has seen. The ocean that Iberia watches over, the city of Athenius, where Minoan myth and machination exist in equal measure. And a passing mention of Kazdel, the city of sin, the whereabouts of which are unknown. The Kurfürst was there, and he was fascinated by His Holiness's descriptions.
I'm expecting to maybe get like a fast food burger. I would take that. Any place's burger with extra pickles.
The first draft of this work was in fact written at the time, but the Kurfürst was not satisfied. Even after many years of revisions, the final draft has yet to be completed. Until recently, when our scouts located the elusive nomadic city of the Devils and sent back photos, gazing upon the enormous tracks left behind by the city, the Kurfürst found the missing element in the music, ferocity. With that, the work was complete.
You found Kazdel?
Yes, the Kurfürst was astonished to find that the destiny of the work was intertwined with the city's.
I understand that the reason the Kurfürst chose to present this piece on the eve of my return to Laterano. However, unlike his predecessors, His Holiness has no intention of initiating offensive action against the Sarkaz. He is not interested in putting the sinless on trial without cause. I'm afraid I must disappoint the Kurfürst.
The city itself is of no concern to the Kurfürst. He is far more interested in His Holiness's opinion on the piece. Please send His Holiness the Kurfürst's warmest regards.
We have a response from Syracuse. Only a few of the Famiglie have agreed to participate in the action. Their men will rendezvous with the fleet soon.
I can't believe Laterano rejected us. Inform the Syracusans to move quickly. We must move up to the city. We must mop up the city before the other priests can react. Take Kazdel before the other Kurfürsten can. Do not repeat the mistake we made at Gaul and miss another opportunity.
Scar Market, Kazdel.
I like Lithuanians. You always bring so much business. And it's smart that you disguise yourself as a prisoner in a smuggling crew, rather than flying the banner of a messenger. Now tell me what you want before I lose my patience. Trade, muscle for hire, intel. The Scar Market is everything you need. Cooperation, esteemed leader. We don't have a fixed price for cooperation. Are you sure your Kurfürst can pay my price? Don't you want to know what we're asking for first? There's nothing that money can't buy here, Cabernet. What about Kazdel? Go on. The Kurfürst wants you to sabotage the city's propulsion system, nothing else. The down payment is in the safe that you took from the caravan. The Kurfürst will discuss the rest of the payment with you and Kazdel. I admire your boldness. Let me express my good faith with little glimpse into the future for you.
The nomadic city of Kazdel.
Take your things and scram, Lithuanian. Are you trying to poison me?
These are just the presents. You'll need to take them on the battlefield.
The warship that surround us came from Lithuanian. Outsiders like you must have led them here.
I don't have an explanation. I know you're taking your son with you into battle. He could use the medicine.
Keep your hands off my son! What's the commotion? Are you out of your mind? She's a Babel doctor! Are you okay?
I'm fine. He wasn't really trying to hurt me.
Humph, good luck. You married a Babel woman, and now you become a show for the invaders.
Oh, he married her! Wow. The lady who saved him. Wow, probably, right? Dang, good luck. So that's how he met his wife. Wow. Wow. Good luck, all right.
You married a Babel woman, and now you become a show for the invaders. There'll be the death of you, I guarantee it.
Many of us are also pained by the impending war. We've requested to join you on the front lines.
Lunatics, who knows what schemes you have on the front line? You'll get yours in the end. Give me the medicine, I'll distribute it. They're ready to leave, go meet up with them. I'll take care of things here.
Good luck. Your son.
I didn't let him leave. If the Thanians want to force us into catastrophe, it's safer for him to be in the lower level shelters in the city.
His son? His son? Good luck. Dang.
Relax, Doctor. People have made it through catastrophes in the past. Maybe we'll have, good luck.
Ha ha, good luck. The furnace has burned for more than a century. War, catastrophe, migration, exile, all the suffering since the T-Kaz era has not extinguished the hatred of the revenants. The Sarkas have seen many Kazdels through the ages. The memory of yesterday may be unrecognizable by tomorrow, but the soul furnace has been a constant for this generation of Sarkas. Home is where the soul furnace is. Kazdel. The furnace has not burned like this for many years. I can hear the cries of the revenants even from here. Soon the city will charge headlong into a catastrophe. All we need to do is hold out until Salem's reinforcements arrive, until Kazdel once again passes through the catastrophe.
They thought we would cower. They tried to assume our thoughts with their conception of common sense. It was so 170 years ago, and it is so now. Arrogant and laughable fools who never took the time to truly understand us.
What fate do you think awaits the city, Teresa?
To be honest, the chances that it survives are slim. Kazdel was immobilized, but the last time it braved a catastrophe. It took us a decade just to get it moving at full speed again. And the force of the crystals in the mines and the walls could never be removed, ruining years of our plans for the city. I don't know if the city can survive another ordeal like that, much less one that's even worse. Good luck rarely comes twice.
I believe in the city, Teresa. Not because of luck, but because we built the city, and I won't give up on it. The story of the city does not end here, Your Highness. I may not have been able to see its future clearly, but there's one thing I can say for sure. The city continues to exist in the distant future. No one can say, however, if it will be a sanctuary of hope or a ghost city of the dead.
Scar-Eye, have you not grown tired of the ambiguous words of your kind? And need I remind you that no amount of mercenaries can ensure your safety in the city. There is no deceiving Your Highness, of course.
Kazdel's doors are open to every Sarkaz. But you better have a good reason to set foot in the city with your mercenaries at a time like this.
I was made an offer most difficult to refuse, which obliged me to enter the city to seek an audience. What is that you're carrying? This? Something insignificant. Oh, I mean someone. The Athenians wanted me to sabotage Kazdel. I've been away from my kin for many years, but as your highness said, Kazdel was the root of all Sarkaz, so I felt that I had to deliver this Athenian with my own hands, in order to prove my innocence.
What are you thinking?
Exactly as I've said. What could I possibly hide from being before the king of Sarkaz? But if you're not interested in my gift of good faith, then I see no need to carry it with me anymore. It's heavy after all.
He casually casts the bag into the furnace, where it is incinerated in an instant, without a sound.
The furnace is always an impressive sight, no matter how many times we see it. Your Highness need not pity him. He should have foreseen the risks when he approached the Scar market. I trust Athenian was not miserly with his terms. It's simple, Your Highness. I prefer immediate payment over empty promises. But more importantly, I don't work with the losing side. Are you predicting our victory? It wasn't I who saw it. It was a cyclops who left the prophecy 1,000 years ago. I am simply betting that Your Highnesses are the protagonists of the prophecy. Regardless, the safest business for the Scar market is with Your Highnesses. It would keep business flowing for at least the next 50 years or so. Is that not so, Your Highnesses? You're clever. Prophecy doesn't bring victory, but we can. Bring your mercenaries. We're moving out.
The crowd stirs. The Sarkaz procession leaving the city is quiet, except for the occasional clang of weapons and equipment. Their silence is rooted in the knowledge of the fate that awaited them beyond the city's gates. They wrap banners torn from the walls around their waists or clutch originium spikes chopped from the streets as makeshift weapons. Each has their own ritual to remember the city that they may never return to. Oh, what a cute little kid. Mom, Dad, where are you? Dad, Mom! People really need to watch their kids. They can't be allowed to run wild. Ouch!
Careful.
Thank you.
Where'd you come from? Why are you also leaving the city? You'll fall if you're not careful.
I'm looking for my mom and dad. Are you going out too?
Yes, I'm going to the battlefield.
Are you looking for your mom and dad there too? Can I come with you?
No, I'm by myself.
Why are you going out then?
Because I don't want to hide in the city. I want to fight the people who are doing bad things to us. That's what my parents told me before they left.
I want to fight too, but mom and dad won't let me go. I tried to sneak out and got a beating when they found out. But I don't want to be away from my mom and dad.
We'll go together then, and find your mom and dad. But there'll be a lot of bad people out there. Are you scared?
You're not scared. Mom and dad aren't scared. I'm not scared either. The disheveled child pumps his fist to show courage, but his trembling betrays him. The elder child knows that the young boy does not fully understand what is happening outside the city. But the young boy knows something simple but true. Bad guys should be chased away, families should try to stay together. So he takes this boy's hand and joins the procession.
How do we find your parents when we're out there?
They work for Babel. They have a picture of a tower on their clothes.
Babel, I know that place.
Are you from Babel too?
No, I grew up in the Military Commission institution. I'm from the Military Commission.
Military Commission? What's that?
A place that protects people, just like Babel. What's your dad's name? Let's squeeze our way to the front. Maybe they're up ahead.
Goodluck.
Good luck?
Yes, he's Goodluck. Why are you laughing? Child, what's your name now?
Nothing. Let's shout his name. Maybe he'll hear you.
Two children squeeze forward in the procession, holding each other's hand. calling out good luck with their tiny voices. Good luck! Good luck! A few heads turn and sigh when they see the young and naive faces. Good luck is what they all need. Good luck. On an evening in the autumn of 1068, the music playing in the Kerr first of Wasteland's study was interrupted by the sound of frantic knocking on the door. Good luck? Good luck, good luck? The fleet that was pursuing the nomadic city of Kazdel has broken off its pursuit. Those crazy devils charged straight into a catastrophe. It's only by sheer good luck they got away. Yeah, they got the good luck from the kids. Good luck, good luck, good luck. Years later, the Kerfus of Wasteland still recounted the reason for his failure with a palpable disdain. Good luck? Good luck, good luck? Good luck? Okay, I got this now. I will believe in the good luck. Okay, this is fine so far. 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Boop. And then to put out the next person. Boop. Okay, so far so good. Come on. Let me bring out more. Let me get that ready and boop. Actually, boop. Yes, better. Okay, and next is boop. That's fine. Yay, look at all these beautiful chains, which they're not gonna even ever cross at this point.
Ready to go. Stay clear of the blast.
But it's fine, they don't even cross the chain. We're edgy and powerful enough. Ooh, look at them trying to go on by. And let's go this way again. Boop. Okay, so far so good. That guy just speeding on through as one do. Dang, sir. Look at him doing a thing. Whee! I should have just done that earlier, my bad, whoopsies. Okay, all done.
How tiny we seem when we stand beside the tracks of the ship.
Yes, it's a most impressive war machine. Oh man. Yeah, the upcoming skins are super good. I know for sure I want Thorns. Thorns I need for sure when I saw them. With their bodies as barriers, the Nachzerer halted its advance at a tremendous cost. The Banshee shrieks, powerful enough to shatter consciousness, only managed to force the Lathanians to retreat below deck.
If not for the catastrophe and the rough terrain in this valley,
We're so far behind, and time is running out.
Kazdel must have equally powerful weapons, if not more so. All of our previous attempts have failed.
A century ago we believed that we could build a nomadic city out of Kazdel, and we did. If we're to catch up to them now, we cannot afford to take the conventional path. We have word from Damasti. The battleships on the horizon are slowing down.
Have they given up?
No, the Kerfur's orders were to continue the pursuit, but the commander of the fleet ordered them to slow down. They're concerned about the catastrophes on the terrain. They've seen what happened to the ship.
At the current rate, we can expect to engage them at dusk.
We have bought enough time for Kazdel to retreat. Teresa looks back at the two storms entwining on the wastes, trying to catch a glimpse of the city. She sees nothing. Where's Kazdel now?
Oi.
OBS-kun, are you fixed now?
I have fear.
Oi. Oi. I think it's fixed now. Let me check my settings real quick. Why is it acting up again? Like, what the heck? That triggers me. Like, seriously, what the heck happened? Why is it acting up? That is the strangest thing. Let me see real quick. Okay, it's good now, it's good. But it's disturbing me why it's acting up like this. Man, I even made sure everything was gonna run smoothly. Gosh darn it if it's gonna act up kind of, sort of, not really. That's... Ooh, bright. The storms rage, the young taunting the old. The newborn storm slams into the dying storm to the war drums of thunder. Rolling air currents clash and combine between the two storms. Violence begets peace, and a passage appears where the storms converge. Lightning flashes and thunder cracks. A path through the storm.
The storm.
The storm.
Let's go, Teresa. The storm has given us a path. Those who survive through it will have another chance.
We'll do it together. The Damacy cluster passes their command to every Sarkaz present. The warriors see their leaders walk into the storm side by side and follow with no hesitation. The procession advances into the tempest, the strong supporting the weak, the brave encouraging the fearful. Do you see that, Theresis? Within the roar of the tempest, they seem to hear the voice from the snowstorm in that childhood dream. They see the prophecy. The thin cloaked figure turns at the sound of her voice and sees a storm-bound procession. Teresa sees a child, mist gilded by the setting sun, shrouds her shoulders, rising and blending with the shrieking winds above. He takes off his gauntlet and stretches his hand into the mist. The mist dissipates, and in his bloodied hand is a stone blade the child is holding. Slurring, "You are grab."
What are you doing here?
Slurring, "Home, you, hum. Slurring, "You came home. Came it home." The child wrestles the blade from Teresa's hand and points it again at Teresa's and the procession behind him. There is no difference between man and beast to the child who grew up in the wastes.
You want to kill me?
Slurring, kill you! Nobody taught her how to speak. She simply emulates the sounds made by those who pass by. Theresis? Theresis looks down silently at the thin figure.
Let me show you how to hold a knife.
Slurring, "You." The child hesitates for a moment before putting her knife in Teresa's outstretched hand. Slurring, "Me, you, bring me. Teresa's gazes into Teresa's eyes. Prophecy. A sword to slay the Regent King, a spear to pierce the royal ring. But they have never cared much for prophecy.
Very well. Come with me. The home of the Sarkaz is not on the Barrens.
Who is this mysterious child? Do you have a name? Name me. From now on, you have a new name. Ascalon. Oh, that's the name of the baby. The random baby. Ten days later, the nomadic city of Kazdel.
Look, Doctor. The furnace has been relit.
Is it moving? The city's finally moving? Ouch!
Careful, your wounds might open again. I've got to go to the furnace. The furnace burns me again. And Kazdel still sells. The Athenians didn't manage to kill us. Oh, I didn't mean you, Doctor. Come with me to see it. You deserve the same honor as the warriors who survived.
But I'm not Sarkaz.
You people are heroes too. Come watch their highnesses command the Goliath to support the leaning furnace. Watch the sparks fly when iron hammers beat upon the broken core. Hear the elegy of the Banshee and witness the final journey of fallen heroes when they enter the furnace to fuel it. This used to be an occasion that only the Sarkaz could see. I would love to go, but there's still a lot of wounded to treat. Alright, tell you what. I'll bring back a couple bottles of booze and some fresh fruit, and well... You're not allowed to drink, and who the heck drinks in a medic tent? Come on, it's just a little flesh wound. No means no. It's your ripathy that's the problem, not to mention you're a terrible drinker. When did you ever see me drink? Oh, that time when I was drunk and came to you with a bunch of aripathy bombs. Look, that was the only time in all these years. You know I can't afford booze. I can't stop you. Why don't you go yourself? Won't be the same without you. But I'm a Thanian. And do you support the nobles who profit off war? I ran away from home because I couldn't stand them. There you have it. Wait a second, you say you ran away from home? Were you noble? No. I was kind of thinking, your equipment doesn't look like it's from Babel. Well, I won't speculate. It does nobody good. Yeah, it does nobody any good.
So you can go on your own. I doubt the soldiers on the front lines would get along with a Lithanian.
When I saw the Lithanians string my father up by sewer entrance to humiliate him, I never imagined I could befriend a Cabernet doctor either. Back then, the only people who showed us any kindness were poor, infected, or both. Right, enough of the sad stuff. Be back in a jiffy.
Seriously, since when did the Sarkaz become so glib-tongued with me? I wonder if this counts as progress, Teresa. In any case, Kazdel's moving again. Things will get better. Back already? Well, it's about time you laid down. Oh, sorry, I thought you were someone else. Wait, your wounds are really bad. Nobody's treated your arts burns?
The Athenians did it. My son's dead. They burned him alive before my very eyes. I was the only one who lived.
At least let me see your wounds.
They burnt him alive. He was screaming. They used arson to hang him in the air, for everyone to see. My brothers are dead. My captain is dead. The Athenians stood on the high ground. The raised staffs looked just like...
With bloodshot eyes, the nearly deranged Sarkaz fixates on the doctor's staff abandoned in the corner. The emblem of the home she had left behind hangs on the staff.
like a real...
The doctor does not sense the hostility. She lifts his top to inspect the wound, but feels a chill run up her spine. You're armed. Why didn't the guards check you? Uh-oh. The light of the soul furnace lights up the sky above... the night sky above Kazdel, like the midday sun. The fire's crackles echoes like a mournful growl, a somber tribute to the fallen who had become its fuel. All the Sarkaz set their eyes on the sky that night. No one notices the light from one of the field hospital's windows go out. No! I hope she has good like good luck.
Your Highness, why was I brought here? Oh yes, I have good news to report.
What news?
We won. We defeated the Lithanians, Your Highness. Me, my son, and the Blue Blood Squad. We won, we won! Are you not glad, Your Highness? Were we too slow? Blake, my son, bring me back. Bring me the battle plan, son, son! Sorry, Your Highness, I don't know where my son went.
No, he actually killed her! Dude, come on! You killed a doctor, one who has served Kazdel for years, treating oropathy patients.
Kazdel, Doctor, no, you misunderstand, Your Highness. I only fight Lithanians. Have you read his emotions, Teresa?
Pain, confusion, madness. He has driven himself mad to escape the painful memories. He doesn't even know what crime he committed.
The others do. The guards discovered him brawling with another Sarkaz amid the shattered casks of liquor, which ignited and spread fire throughout the field hospital. I'll await the king's response. But you cannot be the one to do it. Leave it to me. Your Highness, General, I gave my all to defeat the Lithanians. Was I wrong to do so, Your Highness? Take him away.
His name is Logan, given to him by his mother, who was one of the first Babel engineers. He hardly uses any arts, but the guards were hypnotized by arts. Someone is behind this.
The military commission would not investigate the sarcasm for the sake of an outsider. Not after they've just been through another ordeal. Neither should Babel. We have no choice. The war has just ended. Babel should withdraw from military and political affairs, at least for the time being.
You know that's not what Babel's about in the first place.
I do, but many don't.
I will define the parameters for Babel's activities. Babel members will continue to serve Kazdel's medical, educational, and technological needs in this area.
The military commission will continue to protect them, but we must make every effort to avoid conflict. There will come a day when the repressed hatred boils over, and even we will be powerless when that day comes.
Kazdel's in urgent need of a change. We have to solve the Originium problem soon.
But even that won't solve all our problems.
I know. I've always known. Oh, young Ascalon.
There you are, Ascalon. What have you seen in this city?
Death. People cry. People die. Cry? Cry tears? Teresa stretches out his hand. A delicate stone knife lies in his palm. Knife, my...
Keep it safe. A warrior should treasure her weapon. I will teach you how to sharpen your blade, but it's up to you to decide whom it cuts.
He really likes young Ascalon. He's like, damn, this kid is savage. I like her. She will be my new child. Heh heh heh. You're too impatient, Teresa. She's not ready to understand these things yet.
She has to understand, sooner or later.
Maybe, but for now, what we should do is give this frightened child a little bit of peace. Do you like the city, Ascalon? Compared to the armored general, Ascalon does not like the sarcasm woman crushed before her. That's funny. She's like, I like that savage guy, but this lady, nah. She seems to see through all of her thoughts, leaving no secrets, a most dangerous thing in the wastes. But she cannot bring herself to be hostile towards this gentle sarcasm. No need to be afraid. You know I don't mean you any harm. Come, touch my horn. We're the same. Warm here. Warm me. Yes, warm. Hatred and killing are not the only way to solve a problem. War? Way? Problem? Teresa says no more. It is difficult for a girl who has known nothing but the ways to understand certain words. Even with the help of the King of Sarkaz, she takes Ascalon's hand. It's like the wound in your palm. Weapons can't heal it, only time and medicine can. It's okay, I cleaned your wound. You'll need to take care of it. Be patient. One day, you'll wake up and find that it doesn't hurt anymore. Yeah. It's a house. Babel classroom, Kazdel. No one here. We'll wait a little longer. It's not lesson time yet. They'll come. Look, it's Teresa.
Casual report from the military commission. There are many children, most of them students.
The ones that lived.
Their parents are no longer willing to let the outsiders of Babel teach them. Plus, if memory serves, many of Babel's teachers have already left out of fear. You're troubling yourself too much with trivial matters, Teresa. You need a rest. We still have to.
I want to wait a little longer, Teresa.
Very well.
He does not leave. The classroom is eerily quiet. Teresa closes her eyes and recalls the students who used to fill the classroom. They said we can get potatoes for coming to school. I didn't understand that one, Your Highness. Do you have any simple stories? You said you went to the outside with mercenaries when you were our age? There's a sea between Sargon and Iberia. What's a boat? Why can't we go up on deck? Why would we throw up? Nathanian spires? And they like our furnace? People who are nice to us, but Dad says there's no foreigners like that. But the teachers here are nice to us. Students come and go, but she always managed to get them to return. But this time, no one came. Aww. Oh? General Theresis, Your Highness, You! The hilt of a stone knife hits the boy in the chest. Although unable to break free, the boy strains to look up at the tall, gaunt girl who has him pinned. I saw General Theresis come this way. I just wanted to... Teresa, Your Highness, you're here too, this classroom. Are you teaching?
Put down the knife, Ascalon.
Nah, she got good instincts.
Your Highness. You were looking for me? Yes, I came to seek an answer for the children who lost their parents. I know the military commission will take care of them, as it took care of me. But will this change anything? What if another war comes? I want to change things, but I don't know what I can change, or what I should change.
Two rulers gaze upon the fearless child, each arriving at their own answer inside. What's your name?
Manfred.
See, good instincts. Dad, we've been standing at the door forever. Why can't we go in?
Mommy's hurt very badly. She needs some quiet to rest. We shouldn't bother her.
Ah. But I miss Mom.
Daddy misses her too. But not home. But not now. We'll go home together once I come back.
Where are you going, Dad?
I have to leave the city for a bit to make the people who hurt Mommy pay. Stay here with Mommy and wait for Daddy.
Can you stay, Daddy? We'll figure out a way to make Mommy better. I promise.
Do you like Mommy's name?
Oda. Yes, it sounds very nice.
It's your name now.
But...
I'll teach you to fight the bad guys with Mommy's weapon once I get back.
Okay, I'll beat up the bad guys who hurt Mommy. But will beating up the bad guys make her feel better?
You understand someday. Oda. I'll be back. Wait for me.
Goodluck turns around towards the crystal-infested city wall. The only thing left that ties him to the city is Oda. Oda and Oda. Yeah, don't worry, kid. Mommy's just sleeping. Yeah. Just a little rest. If they didn't name their kid yet, what have they been calling their kid? Just like, hey, son. Hi, son. You're just gonna be called son. You'll get a name when you're older, son. For now, you're just son. Hi, son. Son. And now, silent crack. Oh, 4 entrances, 2 exits. That's fine. Okay. And now we're in a house. 8 years ago, summer 1086. Residential district, the nomadic city of Kazdel. Remember the promise you made at the beginning of the lesson? Good. Keep your voice low when answering. And don't tell anyone about the classes. Ray Tonka has been teaching you about our history for the past few months. As for myself, I've been struggling to decide what to teach you in our last lesson. Mathematics, language, agriculture, weapon making? What I've come to realize is that whatever I teach you won't truly change our lives. We lived silently in despair for too long. The war 18 years ago never ended. The ghosts of Lethanian's fleets continue to haunt those who experienced that war. Many died in despair, drowned in the fear of war and being consumed by the black rocks that grew from their bodies. but our instincts drove us to seek a way to overcome despair. Some declared war and despair on outsiders who oppressed us, but they all fell short of that face of cruelty the face of cruelty.
Came to see the contracts. I've never seen a more motivated mercenary than you. Are you trying to buy a mansion in Colombia or something? Wouldn't you feel lucky just to be alive for so long? In that sense, I suppose your name is well deserved. I heard a bunch of jobs came in lately. Anything good? There are eyes in the city now. Things didn't turn out too well for the last few who took these jobs. It's Babel stuff. Are you sure you want that to be part of that mess? Yeah, I trust my luck. Have it your way. There's a teacher in town who's been saying good things about Babel's outsiders. Someone is willing to pay to shut him up for good. Will do.
Aw.
I look forward to your surprises. Hope your luck doesn't run out today.
The nomadic city of Kazdel. It has been a while since Goodluck came back. The city has changed a lot. People come and go. He's familiar with the words Babel and military commission. There are always people fighting over things that he does not understand. He does not understand why the Sarkats feel the need to fight one another. He takes out the photo of the target, a mild-mannered young man. The triangular marking on his sleeve seems familiar. A teacher spreading praise about Babel's outsiders, inciting opposition against the military commission. Sorry, your luck just ran out today.
Should be around here. Wait, this place.
He's been away for a long time, but not long enough to forget his home. Oda's home?
Oda, you should not have gotten involved.
We've gotten used to despair from the defeat after another at the hands of powers beyond our ability to resist. But we need to convince ourselves that our despair was not self-inflicted, that it stemmed from an obvious source in our lives. That is what Babel has become for people this day and age. It was Babel who brought the enemies. It was Babel's medicine that worsened our apathy. It was Babel's education that sapped our will to resist. It was Babel who deluded the king of Sarkas and tricked us into giving up on collecting the blood debt from the outsiders. Babel is the source of all of our despair. I see some of you nodding. No doubt that you've heard the same from your parents. In desperate times, people often mistake heresy for the truth. But is it the truth, though? Were our lives better without outsiders in Kazdel? Don't take anything at face value. See, think, and find your own answer. Yes, it's hard to leave Kazdel. The land outside is full of danger. Even making it to the border of the next country is no small feat. But I'll still leave this place. I'll go to the Athenian, Colombia, Kashmirish, to anywhere I may find a way to change things. Then I'll come back and teach you, and all the children of the Sarkas. What will happen to Babel, you ask? The future of Babel.
Hide yourselves. Don't make a sound.
Hello? Are you looking for someone? Sorry, I got the wrong door. Do you need help? I'm familiar with the area.
He smiles. There's no panic in his eyes. Ascalon scans the sparsely furnished room and understands.
Do you live here on your own? Yes. My name is Ascalon. I'm from Babel. Thank you for sheltering him, but you must leave. Be careful. These are troubled times.
Oh, Oda's aware of welfare. Oops. Okay.
You heard her. Someone knows you're here. You need to go. Not just the military commission, but also those mercenaries who've been bringing trouble to our doorstep.
I know. I'm very grateful to you for lending us your house to serve as a classroom. The children.
I'll take them home, don't worry. You can continue your classes in a few days, once the storm has passed.
There will be no need. As I've said before, I'm ready to leave. I've already spent too much time here because I wanted to see the lessons through to the end. There are many places that I still need to see. Alright, oh, don't forget the potatoes. They're from the children and me. It's not much, but they will serve as a few meals on the road. Thank you so much, all of you. I should be the one thanking you. I've learned a lot from you. For the past few years, Kazdel has grown faster than its education and public thinking can keep up. I fear that our powers will be our own destruction if we do not change the present situation. The conflicts we see in Kazdel now are a good example. This is not how the Sarkis should be. I've yet to find a way to change all these, but I know that the answer does not lie within Kazdel. Goodbye, Oda. Goodbye. May your journey be safe and smooth.
Oda watches as the teacher disappears around the corner, but does not go in. He does not remember when it started, but he has a habit of sitting by the door, waiting for familiar someone to return. Wind stirs the dust from the streets, and the dust stirs up in his tears. There is not even a shadow. He gently closes the door. How long did Dad go out for milk for, if he's waiting for Daddy?
Oda.
Goodluck sees the target leave the house, then he sees a familiar figure that he has not seen for a long time. His blade feels heavy, he cannot move.
Oda, I'm sorry. I didn't know. I'm a lousy dad, but...
He tightens his grip on the knife's hilt. He knows only one way to give Oda a better future.
Another one.
A mist shrouds a corpse in the corner of the street, erasing all traces of its existence. Oh. Well, Goodluck's good luck ran out. Now Oda can get his daddy's name too. Not only Mama's name, but daddy's name. He'll be Oda Goodluck. Oda Goodluck. The passing of a life in Kazdel is akin to a speck of dust falling to the ground. Unheard, unceremonious, and unnoticed. His luck has run out.
How long do you plan on hiding there, Manfred? Or you plan to stab me in the back now? Another mercenary. How many have you killed? Didn't see the point to keep count. You can kill 1, 2, 100 even. But can you kill every single mercenary who accepts the contract? They just want to remind us that we've been complacent with the status quo for far too long. Using the lives of Babel members as a reminder, to remind whom? He made a promise to Your Highness. Is this what he calls protection for Babel? All I see are crackdowns on Babel and mercenaries running wild. There are some things that should not be said aloud, especially not by you, Ascalon. If you do not like it, arrest me. Let's see if you've improved at all under his tutelage. The general has taught me that there are more important things than violence. And by the looks of things, the mercenaries are the only ruthless cutthroats around here. Stop dodging if you dare. I'll prove to their highnesses that I can beat you. Too slow, Manfred. Wait. Arg! You're dead again. Ugh! Get up. Don't need you to tell me.
Footwork, Manfred and Ascalon. Stop going for his head all the time.
This is the most effective way. It's his own fault for getting hit. If he can't dodge it, he has to learn to take it. You're right, Ascalon. But why did you stop? We didn't tell you to. I can take it, Your Highness. It's not over yet. Humph. Huh? I hit. Your Highness, I hit. Oh, did you now?
Let me down, Ascalon. Don't hurt him, Ascalon. She's just beating up Manfred. Dang, Manfred. Manfred's long limbs flail helplessly in the air, while his torso is tied to a wooden stake. I love it. That's right. That's a good one.
How did you do it so fast?
It's beautiful.
Got my inspiration from the way Her Highness sews.
Manfred wiggles to break free, but the more he squirms, the tighter the ropes hug him. He cannot understand how Ascalon can be so strong and fast when she looks as thin and frail as him.
Let me down!
Look, I won again.
Ascalon raises her weapon high and grins victoriously at the twin sovereigns. Ascalon has gotten a lot more cheerful. What are you thinking?
They're different from the other Sarkis children. We can change them. But how can we reach all the children of Kazdel?
Give me time. Babel can do it.
Time is a luxury.
I know, but education is not something that can be rushed. What we're doing is leaving hope for the next generation. The flame of hope will never go out, as long as a single teacher in Kazdel remains willing to share with these children the vision of a beautiful future. Teresa casts her eyes towards the two children, full of hope for the future.
Well, are you going to admit defeat or not?
No! Let me down, we're not done!
I'll let you down when you admit defeat.
No way!
I'll unbind you, Manfred.
Thank you, Your Highness.
Whoa, why am I flying? Your Highness!
Alright, that will do, Teresa. Let him down.
Even they're poking fun at Manfred.
You've improved, but Teresa hasn't taught you everything he knows. You were always a faster learner, but ever since you left the General, you've been nothing but unadjusted and lost. He's disappointed in your departure, by the way. I may not be as good with words as you are, but at least I don't just ignore the insults against Her Highness Teresa. Do you really not know why Her Highness is so dedicated to Babel's ideals? Do you really know why the General hasn't openly denounced the attacks in Babel? You should have talked to him, rather than turning your back on him. I turned my back? You're the ones who turned your backs on Her Highness, and the voices of so many. It's Teresa who has turned a blind eye to the mercenaries' acts of violence and the damage they've caused Babel. This much I know. The General has allowed it precisely because he can't ignore the voices of the majority. If the fate of the Sarkis is doomed to fall into the abyss, what's wrong with using more effective means to prevent it? So that's what you truly think. It's what most of us in Kazdel think. It's not that I don't trust Her Highness. Anyone can promise a better future, but we can't ignore the reality before it. Isn't it cruel to use violence to force a child to shake hands and make peace with a murderer who just killed his father? Say whatever you want. I'll keep my hands off the military commission, but if you try to act through the mercenaries, then my job is simple. No more mercenaries, no more problems. Ascalon. If you have time, go visit Her Highness. I've never seen her so tired.
A puff of mist is the only sign that she was ever there. Manfred looks down and wipes away the blood slowly seeping out of his chest. He sighs and turns into the empty street, only to find the deceased mercenary's effects.
Someday, we will all understand. It was never Her Highness or the guard who made the choice.
Like, honestly, Teresa's pretty much was always neutral in a way. Like, he was always like, well, sis, I don't really see eye to eye with you, but I'm just gonna be chill for now. So, he never really was on her side, necessarily. He always just tried to be a neutral boy. And heck, even right now, he's being kind of a more neutral boy. He's like, these guys don't like you, sis? Well, I'm not gonna stop them.
Who's there?
He hesitates before the door. It has been a busy day at this old, reshackable house. From the teacher to the multiple visitors. Who could it be outside the door? Has father finally returned? Oh, yeah! Dad has returned! And if so, what should he say? Has he learned so much from the teacher that he wants to share with his father, whose visits back home have become less and less frequent. He takes a deep breath, collects his mind, puts on a calm face, and opens the door.
Hello?
Get out of there, Manfred! Get out! No one wants you here!
Good evening.
You're, can I help you, sir?
You know who I am?
No, sir, but I know the uniform of a military commission.
Just a routine inspection. Do you recognize these items?
This is my father's.
There have been some disturbances in the city, and I'm afraid your father... I'm so sorry.
Where did you find them? Was there...
There was nothing else left at the scene. I'm sorry. What's your name?
Oda.
If you need any help...
No, I'm very grateful that you brought these back. It's been a long time since I last saw him. This is enough. I don't have to wait anymore. He's not coming back.
Hey, OBS-kun. Okay, OBS-kun better now. Phew! Man, I don't think OBS likes Manfred right now. But meh, I don't care for Manfred. He's too uptight with his ways.
My condolences.
The door closes. Manfred can hear the sound of sobbing coming from behind the door. But he doesn't feel sorrow, not anymore. Oda's right. He's seen this too many times, yet he remembers this was not what the city was meant to be. Manfred. Stinky Manfred. Okay, how do I want to do this? Okay, this should be fine. Yeah. Okay, I am setting the field up. Toad's got this. Okay, I gotta get ready. 18, 19, 20. Boop. Okay, so far so good. Yeah, this is fine. 30, 31, done. Okay, all good. Oh, it's runny dudes. No, get out of here, runny dudes. Stop running there menacingly. Oi. Look at him just speeding around. Stop zooming. Look at what he did while he had the zoomies. So rude. Heh. No more zooming for you, dude. Okay. This be fine so far? Okay, very good. Come on, enemies, come out. I want to hit you. Hehehe. Come on. He's slowly zooming around. Okay, now they're quickly zooming around. Truly got the zoomies. All good. The nomadic city of Kazdel.
Let me through.
This area's off limits. What happened? Are you with Babel?
No.
Then it's none of your business.
The wall of royal court soldiers prevents Oda from passing, but he sees several familiar, crying faces in the scattering crowd.
Those students? I think I can take the alley here.
Excuse me, do you know what happened? Someone beat another guy to death. He's dead too. Are you trying to join the racket?
Babel again. Was it Her Highness? What was Her Highness thinking?
She should trap you, everything you eat, everything you wear, and the roof over your head to Her Highness. Shh. Well, it's simple enough, alright. A teacher beat the father of his student to death. A teacher? How could? All the man did was scold him a little, and it was a teacher who was telling the kids all sorts of awful things. That's not true. You're in a Babel shield too, kids these days. Hey, what are you doing?
Oda squeezes through the crowd and sees some familiar faces lying on the ground. He finally finds the source of the commotion. The teacher lying in a cloud of dust.
Teacher, what's going on? I didn't mean to hurt his father. Hang in there, I'll find a doctor. No, over there. Him.
Oda looks in the direction that the dying man is pointing and sees an injured child crying by the lifeless body of his father. Oda runs through the burning streets carrying the injured child in his arms and pieces together the whole picture from what he sees and hears. It began when an agitated teacher accidentally killed an agitated father before he was set upon by the angry crowd and fell in the dust of the streets. The turmoil dragged everyone in, civilians, Babel, mercenaries, even the military commission. Like a chain reaction, clouds of dust were stirred up in various corners of the city. It wasn't until artillery forces from an unknown source blasted through the wall of Babel's office building that the royal court troops finally quelled the riot. It began with an accident and ended up with a shell that caused more damage to Babel than anything in the past 18 years, since the end of the war.
Oof. The kid is hurt and needs a doctor. Don't make me do this the hard way. Whose side are you on? Babel, the military commission? Neither. I just need to get him to a doctor. Now get out of my way.
My dad.
It's too late for him. I'm sorry. Go. Sarcasm. None of this chaos.
Oda can feel the child's breathing growing weaker as he continues on his way. Running through the streets, he seems to feel someone brush past his shoulder, but sees no one.
Was I imagining things? Stop right there! No one step closer. There are patients inside. This kid needs medical attention, now. But, oh, I didn't think there was anyone still willing to bring patients here. Alright, I'll take it from here. I'll try to give you some extra medicine before we leave. Leave? Her Highness made the decision. But we all know what's happening. We're not welcome in Kazdel anymore. Where are you going? Outside the city? Aren't you afraid of the dangers and the wastes? Yes, I am. But if the city no longer welcomes us, then we respect its choice. I want to join Babel. I can help take care of the patients, or protect you.
Aw, he's going in his mama's footsteps. That's cute.
Is this the one who started the whole mess? Will you live? Don't think so. Lost too much blood. Then what are we even doing here? Just follow the general's orders and don't ask questions. Who would have thought something so minor would need their Highness's statement? Ugh. Is he trying to talk to us? There's nobody else around. Probably just see things before he dies. No Banshee would sing an elegy for such a sinner.
No. There is a Banshee nearby that will sing an elegy for him. A little Banshee boy.
It's dangerous. Go. They can't see me. My arts hide my presence. Who are you? A student. I came from far away, following in the footsteps of my mother, to find answers in this wandering city, and her two rulers.
Like, how did Mama send him here? Like, is it kind of like being a Pokemon trainer where it's, you're 10 years old now? Well, time to go on your journey, son. Have fun.
Did you find... I'm afraid the city doesn't have the answers ready yet. But I found you. The ideas that you advocated were very interesting. I was with you when you taught those children in that basement, learning about the city and Babel. Of course, no one noticed, except Ascalon. The boy.
has been brought to Babel where his injuries will be treated. Do you regret your end?
No. The boy defended me. He understood what I tried to change. I'm sorry about his father.
I sympathize. It was not your intention to cause this tragedy, but fate has played a cruel joke on you.
I hear crying.
It is your elegy, calling your fading soul to the other side. Fear not, hesitate not. The myriad souls welcomes you with open arms. Let my song take you beyond.
Thank you.
The young Banshee song soothes the mind of the dying man. The gentle song echoes through the crowded streets of the city. Banshees respond to the song of their young kin, adding their voices to the harmony. I'm just imagining now everyone's just going through their normal lives and then all of a sudden it breaks out into a musical. It is an elegy that commemorates the passing of an ordinary sarcas. You were talking about the future of Babel in the lesson, but you didn't get to the end. What were you going to say? I believe that Babel will die someday. I hope I'm wrong. Well, Babel died, but Rhodes Island became a thing. A song. Another sarcas is passed down on in the turmoil. Oof. The oof. There is no longer any place for Babel here. I will lead them and leave the city. Teresa, we love you, all of us. I know, but Babel has no choice. If you leave, my people have made their choice. Neither I nor Teresa's can change it. We cannot abandon hope, but the best course of action right now is to avoid conflict. Hatred will swallow us like a flood. You've always known, Teresa, our hero, our king. Gentle requests and gradual changes will not sway the minds of the sarcas drawn here by Kazdel rise. Lekura Maline, Perhaps what I say will disappoint, even hurt you, Teresa. Brimbilliton, Sargon, even Columbia. You've opened their doors and allowed the sarcas to negotiate with some equals. Terra has seen more technological progress in 50 years than it has for millennia. But we were too slow. Despite the incredible changes you brought to Kazdel, they haven't been enough to bear the fruits of true transformation. Even if I, too, believe that the fruits of spring are near. Is this the stance of the Banshee court, Lekura Maline? I'm just another mother who came to see her boy off, Teresa. I respect his choice, and there will come a day when he will speak for a royal court. But the day is not today. I know you love him. You haven't allowed yourself to age since he was born. Imagine being able to do that. It's like, yo, my son has been born. I will not age now. I must stay how I am. Nathaniel was a miracle to me, and to all Banshees. The day he was born, I became loath to age with time. I preserved my appearance at this peak of my beauty. I wish to remain eternal in his memory. My life is finite, of course. It's only the facade that will never change. That never changes. I know what your highness is thinking. You never expected your dream to come true in this generation. You see yourself as the soil, and it's not the soil's due to witness the flowers bloom. Even if the two of you have to give everything to nourish the soil. Humor my little self-indulgence, your highness. Until he finds the answer he is seeking, allow him to travel between the two of you, to learn from both of you. He'll be the first sprout to emerge from the soil. Bring Nathaniel. Take him. Take care of him. Protect him in my place. I will. Lekura Maline, my friend. Thank you. No matter where you go, no matter what fate awaits either of you, the Banshee court will sing both of your elegies and announce to all. That is my promise. It is the most ancient and powerful of witchcrafts. My final parting gift to you. La Carameline, will we meet again?
I hope so.
Until next time then, I look forward to the day that I can hear you sing in the mists of the Convallis.
Farewell, Your Highness.
I'm afraid I must stay here and go no further. Nathaniel will be part of your procession after all, and I'm not ready to say goodbye to him yet. Two days later.
How long do you plan on standing there? You came a little too early, if it's Teresa you're looking for. I didn't think you would have the courage to come to me, Ascalon. Why? Do you mean why wouldn't you have the courage to see me? Or why banish Babel? You've seen Manfred? Yes. Did you do it? Not all the way. Good. Now remove yourself before you say something childish and naive. Not even Teresa would agree with you. Or you could choose to stay. You don't have to explain yourself. After all, you never formally joined Babel. Her Highness needs someone to protect her. She's more powerful than you think. And I agree with you even less, Master. I suppose I should take that as a no. You and Manfred are my best students, yet both of you have your fatal flaws. Your talents in combat are peerless. But what do you truly believe in, Your Highness? In patience. I said, what you truly believe in, not me nor Teresa. You still know what you seek, do you? To protect, that's just empty self-deceptive sentimentality. When you're unsure of your path, you merely project your motivations onto vague ideals. I've thought about it carefully. Perhaps. Then follow Teresa and protect her, but don't blindly adopt her ways. Think for yourself. Manfred found his answer long before you did. The next time we see each other... Never mind. Go, Ascalon. There is nothing else for us to talk about now.
Ascalon falls onto a knee, then turns into a mist that closes around Teresa's. The mist trembles and disperses, leaving behind only a stone knife in Teresa's hand. He recalls the day that he snatched the blade from the child in the catastrophe. You were too cold to her, Teresa's. It's a time of parting. You could have shared your mind with her. She's never been adept at expressing emotion.
As her teacher, you're better than me at teaching the teenager side of her.
Do you really have no faith in her choice?
She's welcome back at any time. Manfred remains too complacent in his training. He needs someone to challenge him, a goal to work towards.
I'll tell her.
I wish she would come back too.
I know.
If we cannot resolve a minor conflict like this, the next one could escalate into a full-fledged civil war. If it comes to that, all we have dreamed of for a century will be for naught. If the day comes, and if I have to, I'll kill you.
Thanks, bro. Babel is ready. We will leave with those who are willing to follow.
You've always kept them close.
Yes, because they need me.
I need you too. Kazdel needs its king.
Teresa's. Our people have made their choice. The best course of action, for now at least, is for Babel to back down. I will continue to call the nourishing rain upon Kazdel, change the city's circumstances, and wait for hatred to subside. But if you become the greatest threat to the searching dreamers in this long and painstaking process, I will destroy you.
So be it.
Meh, Manfred. Or not Manfred, meh for Teresa's too. He's like, you know what? If I gotta play the villain, I'ma play the villain then, and I'ma play it well. I'ma kill you, sis. Say thanks, bro. Thanks. Mercenaries and royal court soldiers line the streets, holding back the restless crowd. It was the King of Sarkas who brought food and shelter. It was also the King of Sarkas who allowed oppression and hatred to fester. The Babel procession stretches as far as the eye can see, past the barricades formed by the lines of the royal court soldiers, past the disdainful crowd. Teresa walks towards the crowd and stands with them. He has left Teresa's side for the first time in 2 centuries. We all know what we must face.
I hope this will not be the last time we stand together.
Will the day be far?
Not too far.
Teresa joins the silent procession. Their farewell to the city is soundless. Their path is one of hope. Nah, it's just sibling things. Like, I hate you, sibling. I hate you too. Then something occurs, enough to silence the restless onlookers and momentarily halt the procession. The cursing and crying cease. Every eye turns to a single poignant scene. A mercenary steps out of line to embrace his best friend in the procession. Aww, look at that, that's so cute! No one can hear the whispers exchanged between the two friends by the ruins of Babel. But all are willing to wait and give them their moment of farewell. OBS-kun. Okay, OBS-kun's back, I think, yeah. OBS-kun, why are you being a savage for? Dad, I believe there has to be another way than war. Mom, I know you believed in Babel because you hoped for a different way to live. Goodbye, Mom, Dad. Goodbye, home. For Teresa's eyes only. I've heard of what happened in Kazdel and share your sense of loss. The city holds special meaning to us all, but Babel need not drift on the wastelands, for I have located the ship I previously mentioned in Rimbilliton. The excavation went smoothly, and the ship's basic functions have been restored after 2 years of work. It will carry the hopes of Babel into the future. Please wait for me, Teresa. P.S. I did find it on the ship. A legacy that could bring upheaval to this land. Given its importance, I feel it is crucial to discuss this matter with you in person. Ooh. With hope, Kelsey. Oh ho ho!
No more than usual.
Kelsey, I want to see what you found. Raw sugar lumps. A hard currency aboard Babel. Ah yes, I love sugar too. Delicious. Save up enough to spare, and the nice vampire lady down by engineering team will trade for some scarcities you'll appreciate. I love it. It's like, hey, Closure, I got some candy. May I have some goodies? Other goodies? Awakening and exhaustion. Things have not gone according to plan. Aw, come on! Sad. Sad, sad, sad. I feel like Theresis just wants things to plan out. He just wants to see how everything pans out in general. Like, heck, he could have stopped some of the fighting in the land, but he was just like, nah. I just want to see what happens, for the most part. But when things really do go down, he will step up, but it takes too long for him to step up. Like, come on, Theresis. Let's see what happens for this. Story time. Pure story time. Oh, it's the priestess! I prepared a gift for you, Misaki. What do you hear? This is... Do you remember? This is the polarization formed when Ama-10 was born. You said you found a rhythm within its waveform. Of course, I added a little personal touch. I adjusted the direction of the planetary tracks array to capture different echoes. The harmony is derived from the lingering neutrinos of extinguishing stars. As for the orchestrator, I used the gravitational folds left behind when the ship sailed through the Stargate. Oh, I knew you'd like it, Misaki. The universe is singing. Even at this moment, it's still as touching as ever. But this violates the norms we've set ourselves, Priestess. These facilities should have kept operating on a preset path. The stars are losing their color. This road no longer has any norms, doesn't it? This place will fall silent soon, almost like we've never been here. Come walk with me before the silence comes. I hope we'll get to see this world's future with our own eyes together, Misaki.
Oh,
We will. I will wait for you in that world. "4 years ago, summer, 1090. Rhodes Island of Babel, Kazdel. Phew. Finally done retrofitting the electrical wiring. Now we're gonna be able to withstand any impact, I think. How dare Kelsey make me work 40 hours non-stop? Once all this is over, I'm gonna tell Her Highness on her.
confirm with this land ship's communications range. Signal's clear. The mini bases you hit around are great closure.
Of course, not even Her Highness has seen anything this handy.
Is your so-called research finished?
The energy surge caused by the last couple of rounds almost got Rhodes Island to stall. I'm still reinforcing the land ship for the next impact. You know how much I racked my brains to cover the land ship's movement? Like, what if the military commission's spies caught wind?
Relax, I've already eliminated all of our targets nearby. Just focus on your preparations. Scout, report. The infiltration mission is complete. I'm sending the intel back to Babel. What's the situation inside the city? Not much has changed over the past few years. Not many catastrophes. Very little movement. Our situation's not very optimistic, actually. If the military commission continues to shrink our strategic space, let's trust Her Highness and Dr. Kelsey. You're right. They spent so much time preparing for today's experiment, just to turn the tide.
Right, Scout. Have you gotten your hands on the equipment I was keeping at my place?
I've already entrusted it to a messenger to take to Babel.
Awesome. With the secret weapon Kelsey and I knocked out together, we'll definitely crack the weird control system on the ship.
I'll rendezvous with the messenger and confirm the package's risk level before bringing it to the land ship. We've been investigating the agent behind our missing engineer too. The threat against the land ship hasn't been fully eliminated yet.
Closure. I brought you even more materials, just as you asked. They're so heavy. Thanks, Oda. Looks like I can now make more safety equipment for Her Highness and Kelsey. And I should install an extra line for backup. Hope there won't be any unexpected surprises this time.
Do you need any help, Closure?
Oh, you should hurry and evacuate to a safe zone with everybody else. The next wave of impacts is probably gonna be in 30 minutes.
Dang.
Now everything's all ready. I'm kinda curious. Just what kind of secret experiments are Kelsey and Her Highness running? They even need to mod the energy and defense modules, not to mention those weird tests.
There is no one with a better understanding of Originium. If you want to solve the suffering caused by Originium, there is no better candidate for the job.
The news you bring is always so surprising. Even for the King of Sarkaz. Are those devices really still working? Are you confident about the resurrection? The vast majority of the life forms in Terra can't resist corrosion that spans such a long stretch of time.
The Terra we see today is no doubt a miracle, and so are you, Teresa. But in the past, the whole solar system revolving around the sun was insignificant in their eyes.
You seem a little tense, and also a little anxious and nervous. Is there anything else that worries you?
Yes, but I can't tell you.
It's okay. Sorry, I shouldn't have distracted you. Focus. I can feel it. Kelsey, you love this name, don't you?
I've forgotten almost everything else about those days. But I still remember how, in the distant past, Somebody gave me this name. Kelsey. That was the last time we ever met. Kelsey, I do not have much time left. Search for the traces of life. Search for hope and a future. Kelsey, go find your own answer. Find yourself. Then why hesitate?
Aw, look at her. Kelsey looks so nervous, and then there's Teresa being such a supportive friend here. Like, don't worry, girl. Do your thing. I got your back.
I know what you mean. It's just... I've had a premonition, worry, or perhaps a conjecture. At the starting point of this land, at a certain point in time when life had only started budding, something that can never be reversed happened here. And I don't know what it is. If it's something that even Dr. Kelsey can't put her full faith in, then I'm not one bit worried. Besides, considering how cautious you are, the safety measures that you prepared well ahead of time have never allowed me to worry. I'm sorry to say this, Teresa. This alone, no matter how many contingency measures I prepare, I still can't confidently say anything is conclusive. Teresa, I can't guarantee that I will always make the most rational decision. And this time, I want to believe.
Then do what you want to. I'll be here with you. Kelsey's hand touches a door that has stood silently still for a cryptically long stretch of time. A new wave of tremors reaches Rhodes Island. The door loosens. Originium will become the beacon, condensed by our civilization. If one day, other life forms in the universe lose their homeland and seek a way to resolve their plight, they'll witness that we once shined, we once resisted, and this is where we rest. We once delivered a gift to those who came after us before annihilation. Hope. Oh, the door's opening. Unknown language.
This place... Is it time already?
Warning, unknown power activated.
Warning, PRTS access detected. Warning, PRTS access detect. PRTS access reset complete. Administrator permissions confirmed. Dual channels open. Procedure completed. Search. Rula. Search Celestial Fulcrum. No signal. Search. Psh, no signal. Search complete. No signal detected on any channel. Would you like to retry? No answer. Just me. How long has it been? Searching progress logs. Latest update, 4,700,000... Sheesh, that's a long time. 4,755,954 days ago. Abnormal vital signs detected. Loading restoration module. Restoring. Did I wake up too early or too late? What stage has Originium reached? Searching Originium inspection history data. No response. Originium inspection module is disconnected. Terra. Why save all these redundant information? This isn't recorded in the database. A new language? A new civilization is born? It's just me. What about her? Priestess, I can answer your question. I saved those data in PRTS in advance. You? A hint of unfamiliarity, perplexity, and vigilance flash in the eyes of the person stuck in the past. Kelsey senses it from the glare of the person in the sarcophagus.
Likewise, Teresa senses Kelsey's nervousness.
Wait. You've changed a fair bit.
The person inside the sarcophagus feels like they have just woken up from a short dream. So it's been like 4 million, what is it, days, years? Let me just check real quick. Yeah, it's been like 4 million days that Kelsey, I guess, has been roaming. If she knows about this place, she's just like, eh, it's been 4 million years. I mean, 4 million days. Let's see how our buddy's doing in the sarcophagus. They should be fine. It's only been 4 million days, you know? I'm not gonna put the whole amount into a thingy, but let's see. 4 million days. I'm not gonna put the other days because that's already a lot. That's just like, what is that? 4 million days to years. That's like, that's only like almost, what, 11,000 years-ish? Yeah, it's only been 11,000 years, or around 13,000 years, even better. It's just been like a week in their terms, right? The person inside the sarcophagus feels like they have just woken up from a short dream. Yes, a short dream of 13,000 years. The life form that bid them farewell prior to sleep is still here by their side. But you've never left.
No. From the moment I left this place until now. When I am standing here before you again, I have wanted for thousands of years. 13,000 years. However, I have never forgotten the question you left me.
Kelsey waits uneasily. She needs to make sure. She needs to make sure that her hope has not gone through some kind of horrible change.
That was not a question. That was what I looked forward to.
Then, have you found the meaning of your life yet?
Kelsey. Discovering the meaning in the continuation of life. It's a path I will have to keep walking. You still remember. I still remember. To me, it was like yesterday when we said goodbye to each other, but it also seemed like an eternity. But to you, there was never a moment when I forgot all you have done for me. Aside from my life, you granted me one other thing that I found most precious. Freedom, Dr. Misaki. Please, just Doctor will do, Kelsey. Let me get out first. You're still very weak. I can help.
Yeah, I'm weak with my noodle arms, except my throat is like a burning furnace that I can drink boiling noodles with. Man, that's like the worst plot twist in a way. Ex-wife is actually daughter. but maybe not related by blood, so it's not too bad.
No need. Kelsey, I still have many questions. What has become of Originium? I couldn't find any records. It still grows on the continent outside. So I woke up too early. You've suffered, Kelsey. I can tell from your eyes, you woke me up because you need my help? Yes, we need your help.
It's like, Doctor, I woke you up because I want to introduce you to my one and only equal, Teresa. Teresa, this is the doctor.
I see. That devil? I can see from your friend behind you that not only has Originium found an unexpected way to exist, she also possesses, yes, Civilite Eterna. The course of the civilization is very complicated. What's her name? Does their civilization have anything like that used to refer to individuals? Teresa.
Teresa. The awakened one walks up to Teresa and holds out 2 arms, showing the palms of those hands. These are my hands. Would you like to see my hands? Teresa extends her hands to lightly hold the hands of the one from the past. The doctor feels warmth. Oh, you got nice warm hands, girl. Yes, Teresa. This is the moment 2 civilizations make contact with one another. Yet, Teresa can see sadness in the eyes of this doctor from eras long ago. Of course I'm sad. I woke up after like 13,000 years only to be told that I've been woken up too early. It's like, dang! I should have slept more. Also, gosh darn it, I am the ultimate boomer. And she feels no warmth from the hand she's holding. Or Ginium. And you... together. You speak our language? I learned from records. Not hard. I just woke up like, what, 10 minutes ago? I learned your language close enough, right? I just sped read some records. Unbelievable. I was thinking about learning your language, Kelsey said. My world is lost. Languages of the past should stay in the past. I'm too much of a boomer. My language is gone. I'm sorry. I am curious about your kind. You found and even entered Civilite Eterna. I want to ask you everything about your civilization. That's the only way I can find traces of my world. The world of the past. I understand. Doctor, is that how you say it? Please forgive me. Keep holding my hands. I will show you. The doctor cannot help but be attracted to the eyes of this creature that looks like a devil. If devil, why cute? Through her eyes, the one who lost a world sees life. I'm like, dang, she cute. I understand why Kelsey woke me up for her. Civilization is born from the instinct of living beings. It's survival of the fittest. Natural selection. This is how the cycle of life is formed. Oh man, that means when I lost my memory as the doctor, it's just like, oh look! There goes Granny again. Losing sight of things. Oh man, silly Granny. It's okay, Granny, I'll help you. That's how Amia treats me. She's just like, it's okay, doctor. Here you go. Are you okay, doctor? Let me just grab onto me, okay? She's my caretaker. Feeble wailing. A bird and beast accidentally fell beneath the ice, pushes a small cub up from the water with its head. The small bird and beast staggers on the ice and walks toward the hunters, who are waiting afar with their bait.
It's coming this way. Get ready.
Oh, drag! The hunter grabs the starving bird and beast cub before the ice cracks underneath them.
Good. At least we managed to save one.
Rebellion, going against our survival instinct, is the catalyst of our civilization's evolution. And curiosity. Curiosity is what we burn our lives away for. The staircase that allows our civilization to proceed forward. A pioneer chasing the stars is pushing forward with his fallen ally on his back.
You dipshit. Why can't you keep it at it for just one more day? The newspapers already said that it was the crashed aircraft of the Rights.
Aww, the Rights!
Not a shooting star, but you just had to get to the bottom of it. They were failures who crashed from the sky. What was there to risk your life for? Those rocks that fell into the land, what did you want to prove to me?
I too once saw within the black crown the sun getting engulfed. with darkness shrouding the whole continent. But even in its darkest hour, there are still those who try to light up the night. Ooh!
It's still black. The sun really is dead. The sun's been dead for too long. We gotta save it. If the sun doesn't live, how are we gonna hold our tails thickness contests? But how? We climb the tallest mountain and raise a torch up high to light it back up. What if our arms get tired? We'll build a statue of me, and my statue will hold a torch up instead.
I love this. I like their logics, the reasonings. We can't see our awesome thick tails. We gotta go get a big torch and light it up on the mountain. Yes, indeed, and just have it there. This is great.
Good idea. We can build my statue next to yours to hold up another torch too. Then if your torch goes out, my torch can light yours.
I like this. That is cute. With fire comes light, and it's light that guides us toward hope. And my kin see death as a different interpretation of hope. After your body's destruction, to become one with the city within the soul furnace's flames is an honor bestowed only on those who are most respected. They will grow as originium crystals and become one with Kazdel. The newborn will grow among the fluttering dust and continue their march forward with hardships in tow amid the chorus of the myriad souls.
Progress missed with ignorance. The cycle continues and repeats over and over. So beautiful! So nostalgic. You're kind. Terra seems to have gotten back on the right track and achieving enlightenment. How is ignorance defined, and how do we prove the progress of enlightenment? The way I see it, all this is part of our civilization. But the things you showed me, most of them are extremely different compared to your race. Conquerors and the conquered both have been branded with inerasable marks by this land throughout the evolution of civilization. For the sake of survival, I believe that all discrepancies will be unified, and all clans will become one. In the future that I envision, all the many lands will become one. That's a stirring belief. It's admirable. I can feel that you truly love this great land. Be it discrimination, war, or disaster, the object of your love has long surpassed an individual or a clan. But if you surpass the extremes of the civilization you belong to, no one will be able to comprehend your love. On the contrary, they will loathe you. Do you understand what you will have to go through to reach the future you strive for? If there is no choice but to walk that path, I will gladly do so. Teresa, a Terran. No wonder Kelsey trusts you. She willingly took the risk to wake me in order to help you. Right, when every era comes to an end, there are always those who try their hardest to change the tide in the final moments. But most of the time, their stories don't end well. Nevertheless, there is no doubt that you have my admiration. After all, on a certain level, you are very similar to some people that I knew. I will never get to see them again. Perhaps I'll need some more time to get my thoughts in order. Since Doctor called out to the priestess first thing basically when waking up, does that mean the Doctor loves the priestess the most? Dang. But no matter, I think I should listen to what you two have to say first. What do you need me to do? But hey, Dr. Misaki gave approval. Doctor, you need a rest. I'm fine. I've been resting for 13,000 years, girl. Kelsey, she's giving me lots of surprises, but on top of that, she's giving me even more challenges. Sorry, I mean, confusion. I still don't have a very good grasp of the Sarkaz language. I saw a lot of unexpected things in her. Surely you did too. I made enemies with her, came to know her, began to understand her wish, and finally admired her responsibility. That black crown shared with Teresa, the long history and experience it bears, and she too slowly gained foresight that no other can attain. I felt perhaps this would be our best chance, with her, with Babel, and with Terra. With Terra. You two are a part of this great land now, Kelsey. I hope you will take this journey with us too.
Oh yeah, her unconditional love could be kind of like Nero's. But if anything, I feel like Teresa is closer more to a beast in a sense. Because FGO's beasts are full of love for mankind. Truly, truly love. But then, unfortunately, bad things happen around them. Like with Teresa's case, look at this. All the fighting and the war. But she loves humanity, or she loves her peoples.
I hope you will take this journey with us too. Right. I envy you, and I trust you, Kelsey. I'm jealous, Kelsey. You got your own waifu. I don't got any. But I'm just a researcher, perhaps. The help I can offer won't be as significant as you hoped. Oripathy, catastrophe, disasters that we have no methods to resist have been bringing many hardships to these lands. Yet Terra's technology is almost entirely built atop the foundation that is Originium. Fighting over energy, the discrimination against the infected, and the estrangement between warring races are all further tearing these lands apart. We tried, but our efforts yielded very little. That's because we know practically nothing about Originium. We know nothing about this great land. What happened to the sky and the ocean? Where did the ancient ruins come from? How exactly were we born? We hope you'll be able to find answers for us. Surely, Kelsey must have already tried to share some of those with you. As for Originium, I'm sorry to say that the person I am now can't give you a good answer, at the very least, not an answer to everything. When I woke up, I tried to access the logs tracking Originium's progress, but strangely, there was nothing. And this glimpse of the Terra that you showed me has made me even more confused. The development of Originium has taken a completely different turn from what I expected. I need some time. I need to explore and see this great land for myself, to understand how exactly Originium has influenced culture, life, and environment. I have to become a wandering warrior now. This could take years, perhaps longer, and maybe, after an enormous amount of energy is expended, you will receive only a most disappointing answer. I once made a promise to somebody. Think about it now, perhaps all I ever left myself, or her, was regret. That's why I won't make a promise lightly, Kelsey. Forgive me. In that case, we will wait. No matter what your answer will be, Babel will last until the day of your return, Doctor. Thank you. Well, sorry, but I'm a little hungry. PRTS showed me that this landship has a temporary cafeteria. That it does, but it might be a little messy there. How about I take you? Thank you, Teresa, but no. This place has a special meaning to me, too. Let me walk there slowly, by myself. Okay. Be careful, Doctor.
It's okay, youngin'. I can walk on my own to the cafeteria.
The awakening has given the Doctor a lot of pressure, but it would seem this one is quick to adapt, and much quicker than I expected. The Doctor wants to learn all there is to learn about Terra. A quick learner too, it seems. If the children were like the Doctor, perhaps they would have the chance to master even more languages, and travel to so many places across Terra. Teresa, you should go back and look for the others. There should be plenty of Babel affairs that need the chairman herself to. Teresa? Kelsey, there's something bothering me. Maybe I'm overthinking it, but I want to tell you. The Doctor seems to be very surprised by the look of Terra as it is today. You once told me that nobody has a better understanding of Originium than the Doctor.
The same doctor who said that the development of Originium took a completely different turn from the expected. Then what should Originium have been like? What should these lands have been like? What should the Sarkas have been like? Is the doctor ready to depart?
Right. The doctor applied for transport, some defensive weapons, and nothing else. The doctor stated an intent to avoid combat zones.
Alright, we'll just abide the doctor's wishes.
Your Highness, I would like to follow this doctor of ours. Considering the background involved, I'm worried.
Ascalon, have you ever left Kazdel?
Left? If we count how I once chased a quarry and left the area when I was small, then I most certainly have.
That doesn't count. Go, follow and protect the doctor. But do not interfere.
I will keep a close eye.
No, Ascalon, calm down. I don't want you to keep an eye on anyone. I want you to go out there and see how the people in the other lands live. This is a great opportunity.
How they live?
Outside our homeland, neither war nor suffering is a part of people's daily lives. Food, fashion, arts, culture. We could have so much. Many of us know this fact, but even more of us choose to ignore this fact because most of the time, we don't have the freedom to choose. Don't give me that look, Ascalon. Listen to me. At first, you follow me because you oppose Teresa's measures. But what about after this division of ours? What will you do then? What will be the next stop for the countless Sarkas who share the same idea as you? That's why you need to take a break from the war and see the sights beyond our homeland. See the life that we should have lived.
If that is your wish.
It is. Have a safe trip. Have a safe trip babysitting Granny Misaki. But don't make it too obvious you're watching. Long voyage. 3 entrances, 1 exit. I have no fear here. Night sky. Dear Kelsey, glad to receive your letter. Hope you and everyone in Babel are well. A couple of months ago, I rescued a girl by the name of Amia from a convoy that had met with misfortune. Oh, look at me rescuing Amia, unless it's Ascalon. But nah, I think I'm the one who found Amia. The accident killed her parents and afflicted her with neuropathy. Oof. The locals deal with orphan neuropathy patients by putting them in a car and driving them into the wastes. I had no choice but to take her with me, of course. We become fellow travelers by chance. You can't imagine my panic and helplessness as I took care of her. Wait. In a way, Kelsey's my daughter, and Amia's my new daughter. Dang, little sister. Fortunately, a woman who goes by the name of a Savage has joined our little band, which has helped take some time, which has helped take some of the burden off me. A shadow leaps out from the dunes in the moonlight. Approaches cautiously. Threatening roar! Hey, go away! Don't come any closer! Rubs claws excitedly. Moves head in confusion.
You seem to have made them more excited, Amia.
Don't worry, Doctor. I can deal with this. Mom and Dad taught me how to chase these sand beasts away. All you need to do is imitate the sound of their natural enemies. Chirp, chirp! I love that. She's just chirping at them menacingly. Chirp, 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 chirp.
Pause in confusion.
Wait, that wasn't right. Was it chip, chip? Tilts head in confusion. It's still not right. What was it again? Oh, cuckoo? tick tock. Ah, yes. Ow! Tick tock, tick tock, tick tock, tick tock.
Swings, tells in confusion.
That's not right either. It's okay, Amia. I'll take care of this. The doctor makes a ring with a thumb and an index finger and whistles, producing a strange sound. Ah, yes. My weird whistling sound. Yep, that be it. Stands up startled.
Looks around uneasily. Quickly digs a hole.
Slowly follows. Wow, doctor. That was just like the real thing. Let me try. Amia presses her tiny hand against her lips, but uses too much force, and only gets a sound out after going all red and puffy in the face. The pair of whistles echo across the waste, sending the sand beast scurrying underground. A child's laughter replaces the whistles. Then the laughter fades away to silence, and a soft little sigh.
Come here, Mia. Why the sudden look? The sand beast run off.
I could never remember, even after Mom and Dad taught me so many times. And I couldn't protect you, even though I said I would. Dang, I'm so weak. That little baby Amia has to protect me. Gosh darn it, I gotta do some workout routines. I need them gains. Imagine having like a little baby being like, I gotta protect this, I gotta protect you. Your hand's still wounded. It hasn't fully healed.
Don't worry, it doesn't hurt. Anyway, don't you remember? It was you who taught me how to make that sound.
I did?
You see, like I told you, your brain slows down and you start to forget things if you don't sleep.
I don't want to sleep. I'm scared that I'll dream of those things.
But you told me you dream of your parents too. We have some time before our ride gets here. Have a sleep.
Can I come closer? When I wake up, the first thing I want to see is you.
Of course. Why don't I tell you a few stories while we wait for Savage? My noodle arms at least are good for whistling, apparently. A long time ago, there was a really smart scientist. Her home was in danger and she made a difficult choice to protect it and the people around her.
Doctor, I found a vehicle. We'll be able to go to the next... Shh. She's sleeping. Let the baby sleep.
Dear Kelsey, I was glad to find signs of life wherever I went. This should be an unfamiliar world, yet there are times when it feels incredibly familiar. I recall the legends that had fascinated me in the past, never failing to capture my imagination despite their age. The ancient machines that had rumbled in the mines. And dust once again roam this land. Stories can become reality, and the reality we see becomes stories. You can come over, Amia. No need to keep poking your head out from there.
Are you drawing, Doctor? Am I interrupting?
Of course not. Take a look. Is it good?
It's the mining truck we just drove together.
I've been drawing lots of our experiences.
Have you driven a mining truck before? Even the old miners can't go as fast as you did.
I've seen many amazing vehicles before, like originium slug eggs. What? Originium slug eggs? I wanna ride one. But much larger. Once I drove one of them, and went through the bridge between stars.
The bridge between stars? It's always dark at night, so it must have been really dark. Was it dangerous?
No, guides stand by the bridge, borrowing glowing clouds from old stars and making round mirrors out of them. Follow the path the mirrors show, and we can see the spires fading in and out of the clouds, and the crown of flowers worn by the stars on the other side of the bridge. When we descend on the crown, you'll find that it belongs to good children like you. It's a really, really big playground.
A playground? I've read about them in the stories. There are lots of children there.
Do you want to play with other children?
No, I just want to play with you, Doctor. You'll make more friends as you grow up. As I grow up, what's the most amazing vehicle you've ever driven? The most amazing? Well, I spent a very long time with it. Very long indeed. Was there anyone else with you? In the beginning, yes. In the end, though, I was alone. But it's alright. I was sleeping. I slept for a very long time. Take me with you next time. That way, I can keep you company and you won't have to sleep all day. Why are you laughing, Doctor? That's a big promise to make, are you sure? You have your own journey and your vision, your future. Are you sure you want to be with me? But they all say that. There's no future for people with rocks on them. So, I'll always be with you. We'll have a future, Amia.
Back in my day, we drove through the stars and made mirrors out of clouds. Gosh darn it. Granny Misaki stories.
How's Amia doing? Still not great? Still a bit of a fever. Maybe neuropathy complications from all that excitement. Hard to find neuropathy meds around these parts. She acts like it's nothing during the day, but keeps having nightmares. Poor girl. Every survivor of that accident was infected, no exceptions. How long does it take for neuropathy to progress in a child her age? It's different for everyone. Some disintegrate the day after developing acute symptoms. Some suffer from more than a decade of misery. In the end, but the end is all the same. Neuropathy. Is there anyone in the world who can cure it? The world? Oh, you mean Terra, our great land? Man, you sound like one of those old scholars. I didn't know you had a sense of humor. Wait, you're serious? I'm afraid not. It's impossible. I need it to be possible. People couldn't imagine the nomadic cities a few centuries ago, could they? I'll find a way before her symptoms deteriorate. It may be hard, but that doesn't mean it's impossible. Say it to Billy, and they'll think you're making fun of them. You never fail to surprise me, but I just can't help but believe in you. Is that the charm of being smart?
Yeah, I got my Riz.
Come on, Charlotte. I mean, you... Never mind. What? Oh, I meant... Can't you tell? There's something about you. Something that lets everyone know that you're different from us.
You got that protagonist Riz about you.
Amia senses it. Children are more sensitive than we know. Is it that obvious? She's strong. She doesn't show her sadness in front of you. She wants you to see her joy. She doesn't want to be a burden to you. She's trying to take care of you. You became the only pillar in her life the day you saved it. But she knows you were never supposed to cross paths. She's afraid that you'll abandon her too. Don't worry. I won't leave her. No, that's the spirit. I knew you would say that. Dear Kelsey, I thought I would never be more a passing visitor in this place, one history would never remember. This intentional isolation made me forget reality. I'm here on Terra, this great land. I don't know what made me feel it, but the warmth of life coming from a child's palm stings my heart and makes it burn.
What do you think Ascalon's thinking during all this? Because she's technically following us from like... Oh wait, there she is. Now she's here. I'm curious. She's like, wait, what is Misaki doing? Oh, Misaki adopted a child. Oh gosh darn it. What am I gonna do now?
This is jerky and fruit, left here on purpose. They know I'm here. Always inscrutable.
Ah, I noticed her watching me. And gave her food. Dear Kelsey, I'm planning to take Amia back to Babel. She is my child now. Savage has done her best to find medicine for Amia, but my ability to treat Amia's neuropathy is limited under present conditions. I know that Amia isn't special by any objective standard. I know that Babel faces a crisis no less complicated, but I've decided to bring her back. I met many people along the way. I fretted over money at times, benefited from people's generosity at others. I've seen new things, even some that surprised me for the first time in a long while. The convoy that we were traveling with broke down. We found a herd to guide us through the wilderness of Rimbilitan on the backs of burden beasts to the rumbling of drills and engine. Licks docilely. Goodbye, goodbye. Are we really not going to Yan, Doctor?
We're going somewhere else to cure your sickness.
But there's no cure for repathy.
There's no such thing as an impossible puzzle, Mia. There's a place called Babel where people I trust are working hard to fight this disease. Let's work with them.
Will I have to spend a long time there?
Some time at least, but don't worry. There'll be a lot of people with you, caring for you. I'll be there too.
Doctor, do we really have to go? Lots of sick kids went away to get treated, but no one came back. Repathy doesn't hurt all. At all. I promise I'll be good, Doctor. Right, Savage?
Yes. Amia has always been a good girl. Are you sure you don't want to rethink this, Doctor? Billy's deal with Originium every day. We know what a repathy can do. Stay here in Rimbilitan, and at least we can give her a home. Maybe that's more important than the cold walls of a laboratory. A home. You have a point, but I can't just stand by and watch Originium hurt her. I have an obligation. Amia, I promise you, I'll do my best to cure you no matter what happens.
Doctor.
Savage does have a point though, and Babel is in a place that's not entirely safe. You can stay with Savage. If you don't want to leave Rimbilitan. I'm sorry to force this decision on you at such a young age, but you're a strong girl, and we'll respect your choice. The doctor's right, Amia. No need to knee-jerk an answer. Think carefully about it.
I trust you, Doctor. I want to have a future. I want to grow up, read books with you, travel with Savage. It's just that I'm a little scared.
Heh. Thank you, Amia.
The doctor pats Amia's head, then picks her up and climbs onto the burden beast. They've hardly sat down when the ground begins to shake, stirring up clouds of dust. Growls an alarm. What's going on?
Underneath their feet. Must be a deep digger. It's spooking the burden beast. Watch out. Panicked cry.
Stay, boy, stay. Whoa.
Whoa. Hang in there, Doctor.
Doctor! The burden beast rears up on its hind legs, gives a loud cry, and charges forward. The rest of the pack follows.
Look at this image. I'm a professional burden beast rider. Look at me.
Well, I'm trying my best. Amia, save me! My noodle arms cannot handle this much shaking. My noodle legs can't handle it either.
Amia, I am old and fragile.
They run towards a shallow shoal, splashing water everywhere. It is all the doctor can do to grab the fur on the back of the burden beast and hang on for dear life. Amia's eyes are wide open in the chaos. With one hand on the burden beast, she stretches out the other towards the doctor. Amia, save me! Grab my hand, Doctor!
She really is trying her best to save me. Oh, look at that. Look at Amia trying so hard. Angry roar! Accelerates! I have to get them to... Whoa!
Hang on, it's speeding up.
I'm trying. Hang in there, Doctor. I'm coming.
Hurry!
Whoa! Goodbye, world.
In the end, I was thrown from the back of the burden beast into the water. My hindquarters and back burned with pain, and I gagged on the water rushing into my nose. But it also made me feel like I was truly living on this land after spending almost half a year traveling across it. I heard the sounds of my life surging.
I'm okay.
Summer 1091, Kazdel.
No more messenger stations from here on. Villages become sparse and bandits become frequent. I'm afraid we have to part ways here, Savage. Why? The region ahead is in turmoil. You'll be in danger if the mercenaries spot you.
You and Amia will be in danger too, won't you? I'll be fine. I've come this far. I'll see your journey through to the end. Charlotte, thank you. The goddess's ear quiver at the mention of her real name. She glances at the doctor. A few months is neither long nor short. True, it comprised of only a tiny part of her lifetime, but it was also a span of a few hundred days filled with countless unforgettable experiences. Under the setting sun, before the sand beasts, beneath the eaves, upon this land, she'd enjoy the journey, even if she never fully understood her quiet companion and the many strange and curious ideas that companion had. The goddess who goes by the name of Savage Sighs. What can she do? She is not as smart as a doctor. Will you come and visit, Savage? Of course. The doctor said Babel's new base is being worked on by Baily engineers, right? Maybe we'll see each other soon. And then, I'll be waiting for you, Savage. Good girl, Mia. Now though, I need to figure out how to take you and the doctor through the wilderness. You and Mia stay here and rest for a while, Doctor. I'll see if the transport hub has any good vehicles for hire. Thank you, Savage. She's taking care of us so well.
Doctor.
Whoa! Do we have time to say goodbye?
The longer we stay here, the more dangerous it gets. The goddess girl seems rather determined. It's better for both of you to part ways here.
I suppose you're right. We won't wait for Savage? Sometimes, Amia. We have to do bad things for good reasons.
Goodbye, Savage. We're gonna leave you unread. We're the true savages here.
We don't want Savage to be in danger, do we? But she doesn't want to leave you. It's rude to leave without saying goodbye, but that way, Savage won't face danger. I promise, we'll get to see her again. Can I leave a note for Savage? She'll be worried if she comes back and to find us gone. Good thinking. Go ahead and write one. Okay.
Her Highness wants to meet with you, alone. Are things not going well? How's Kelsey? Now's not the time. We'll leave once the girl has written her note. Alright, can we trouble you with the note? Certainly. I'll leave it where she is sure to see it.
Not just that, not just Amia becoming the supreme leader at that point. It's gonna be another thing too. She'll be like, and that weird smart doctor lost their memory. It's like that little girl became the powerful leader, and that crazy old doctor became senile. Kind of, sort of, not really, but still. He's like, whoa, what happened in these past few years? Like, dang, that's a big difference. What is that guy writing? Oh well, I guess I'll find out soon enough when he starts charging towards. Okay, this should be fine placement. Yeah, it's good enough placement, actually. Good enough. Methinks. Over here too. That thing is kind of tanky. And just for the funsies. Okay, so far so good. Just get it before it can even attack fully. Okay, good. So far, very nice. Yeah, so far so good. Not bad at all. I can just let it play out from here. I have no fear. I hope I did not just get too cocky. What is the dude doing? He's just walking in circles. Actually, you know what? I should be kind of smart and start bringing out healers. Just in case, you know? There, all good.
Those dudes are zooming around, and I don't like that. I don't appreciate their zooming.
Okay, so far so good. Ouch. Can you just like stop punching, dude? Okay, thanks. Alrighty, this is preparing good. Yeah, so far so good. Phew. Autumn 1091, Rhodes Island of Babel, Kazdel. How's progress, Closure? The last thing I need is another core system control failure. Well, since you had to bring it up, I might have run into a little problem. Even with the tricks you taught me, the encryption methods used by many of PRTS's programs are almost incomprehensible to a normal brain, and my decoder isn't fully compatible yet. We may not be able to shut the system down before the doctor arrives in the ship.
Try again. If you're not confident about getting it done, then we'll have to go to the contingency plan, cutting off power to the entire ship.
Leave it to me. Seems like you're still keeping a lot of secrets, though. I've never seen anyone make you so nervous.
That's not important. What's important is making sure nothing happens to the ship.
Ascalon's report says that the doctor looks like an ordinary person, a pretty decent one, too, who's picked up a stray little courteous and carried her all the way across the land. Do we really have to be so on edge?
It's not the doctor that I fear.
Then what is it?
You don't need to know yet.
It's that little girl I fear!
Wipe the doctor's boarding records. This is for the safety of both the doctor and Babel.
But oh man, super duper good luck. Ugh. I feel so much fear for Wizardel's banner. Like heck, my luck in FGO has been really bad recently. No Gohi for me, even while summoning in art places, different art places, which made me go, come on, Gohi! Inside of Star Rail, I got Rappa in the end, but it's because I lost the 50-50 in the last banner, so of course I was gonna get Rappa in this banner. So it makes sense. I was guaranteed for her. And for Nika, today, I had to summon 190 multiples, 190 pulls in total, so like 19 multiples to get Cinderella. That hurt me so much. So maybe Wizardel will feel my love for her and she'll be like, ah yes, Dr. Misaki, of course I'll come home for you, first try. That is my hope. That is what I wish for. Fingers crossed.
The others don't need to know that the doctor exists until the doctor and Teresa have reached a conclusion.
Alright, I'll work at it. But I wonder why you seem to care a lot about this doctor at the same time that you're so on guard over the whole thing. I got it, the doctor must have dirt on you.
Don't bother, you won't find it.
Come on, why so serious?
What about the girl?
Same conclusion, no change. I cross-checked all relevant Rimbilitonian records and had scout check with informants inside the military commission. Amia's background comes through clean. Her parents were killed when the convoy transporting the laser mining module got attacked. The attack itself was purely coincidental. No one knew that they were transporting Sarkis-related cargo, and the military commission wasn't involved. She must have gotten infected in the mess. If not for the doctor, she'd be spending the rest of her life suffering in Rimbiliton.
I'll handle the girl's examination and treatment once she's on board.
You're still concerned about her?
Yes, I am. She's too young, and she hasn't had proper treatment since contracting erypathy.
Oh, that kind of concerned.
I don't want the doctor's kindness to be the reason for delaying her treatment. Plus, Teresa would call her a gentle child, who has the right to choose her future.
Also, in a way, Kelsey, that's your younger sister now. Amia. Let me sleep. Where are we? Doctor?
The doctor's here. Wake up, sleepyhead. You're almost home.
Home? In her half-awake state, Amia feels a warm fingertip brush her cheek. That tickles. Don't do that. Whoa. Who are you?
I'm Teresa.
Teresa, the doctor talked about you.
Oh? What did the doctor say?
I don't remember. I was having a great carrot cake at the time, though. Teresa should smell nice. Be really warm and sweet.
What about now? Is she as you imagined her?
Yeah. Smells good. Warm and sweet. It doesn't smell like carrots, though.
Not fully awake, I see. Will you come home with us, Amia?
Home. Yeah. Okay.
Aw, cute. Outside of Rhodes Island of Babel, Kazdel. The tiny cotta sleeps soundly in Teresa's arms, leaning against her neck. She pats Amia on the back and turns towards the doctor, who is clearly tired. Yay! Teresa's new auntie to Amia now. Thank you, Teresa. I didn't expect you to pick us up personally. Looks like you're not quite all-knowing, Doctor. You've much to learn when it comes to childcare, at least. Sure enough. You look different from when you left, Doctor. How was the journey? I saw a lot and learned a lot. There are plenty of interesting things in this great land. I also met Amia. It was a miracle that I was able to save her. Amia, she's even cuter than your letter said. Poor girl. But fortunate, in some way. Her condition is getting worse. I need to bring her in for treatment. How has Babel been in the time that I was away? Not quite smooth sailing. We have a lot to deal with, but not everything needs to be handled right away. You must be tired after your journey. Get some rest. Thank you, Teresa. Amia, we're home.
Doctor? Did I fall asleep?
Oh, Amia, you're awake. Why don't you come down? Teresa will get tired if she has to keep holding you. Amia nods and jumps down from Teresa's arms. Will you hold my hand, Amia?
Doctor?
It's alright, Teresa's my friend. You can trust her. You'll be spending a lot of time with her from now on.
Okay. Is this Babel?
Yes.
It's so big. Even bigger than those mining plates. So this is where you used to live?
I spent a long time here. A very long time.
Is this your home?
Yes, Amia. This is the doctor's home. Right, Doctor? Yes. It's your home now, too. Will you let us help the doctor take care of you?
Alright. I'll go wherever the doctor goes.
Ooh. They step onto the elevator, and the Babel logo appears before their eyes. The heavy door opens to welcome them in. Sensing Amia's unease, Teresa puts her hand on her shoulder.
What's behind the door?
People waiting to welcome you and the doctor. Are you sure about taking me and the girl in, Teresa? Why shouldn't I be? I'm glad to have more people calling Babel their home. Many here don't know you, though, so I'm sure you'll be busy for the next few days. How should I present myself? Good question. You should talk to Kelsey first. She's been waiting for you. Tell her your concerns, your questions, and the secrets in your heart. She would be very sad if you didn't. You could have. If you really want the King of Sarkas to reveal the thoughts that you're loath to tell, I will. But I can feel you're still wavering. Let's go, Amia. Doctor, we'll go to her. Hey, Kelsey. Long time no see. This is my new daughter, Amia. Amia. You're Amia, aren't you?
Yes.
Kelsey crouches down and gives the girl a candy. Thank you for protecting the doctor throughout your journey, Amia. Even Kelsey knows that Amia was the one protecting me.
Thank you, Dr. Kelsey.
Will you fetch Teresa? We need to do some checks on you.
Will they hurt?
A little, but the doctor's letters called you a brave girl.
Will the doctor be with me?
Of course. The doctor has some things to do first, though. It's alright, Amia. Just wait for me here in the ward, and I'll be back very soon.
Okay.
You'll need to do a full checkup later too, Doctor. Alright. Doctor. Yes? Do you plan on leaving again? No, I think I've traveled enough. If you've made up your mind, I'll respect your decision. If nothing else, you're concerned about Amia's health, even though she was a complete stranger to you. There is no fundamental difference between these new lives and us. I'm glad. Glad that you chose hope in the end. Welcome back, Dr. Misaki.
I chose hope because of Amia. Amia's the one who gave me hope. She's precious.
I could have abandoned everyone, gone full rogue, but no, it's because of Amia.
How is Amia?
Blood originium levels are high. Currently available inhibitors are not sufficient to stabilize her condition. We need to develop new drugs. I need time and resources.
Babbles are yours to use, Doctor. We're happy to share our research and our empathy with you.
What can I help you and Kelsey with in exchange?
This is not a transaction. It's one of the core missions of Babel. To do everything in our power to help everyone suffering from neuropathy. Since the day that Kelsey woke you up, I was convinced that you would help with all this, just as you helped Amia.
Thank you.
Now perhaps, I have a chance to ask you this question, Doctor. How do you view this land, Terra?
I don't think it's my place to judge. There's no such thing as a superior or inferior civilizations. It took a long and hard journey for Terra to evolve into where it is today. And to that, the sick joke that Originium has played on life.
You said that Originium did not develop the way you expected.
It wasn't supposed to bring such suffering.
Mumbles in her dream. I sense that you're keeping secrets, but there's nothing false about that. The sorrow coming from deep within your heart. The sorrow that I can't understand.
I want to fix this mistake, but I'm powerless to do so. At the end of the day, civilizations largely progress in similar ways. It all comes to an inevitable endpoint, however bright its light shines at its peak.
But Kelsey said you didn't give up hope, even in your final days.
I had many friends, even in those last days, who faced difficulties far greater than you can imagine, with courage and hope that is every bit your equal. But they failed and faded away, without exception. We haven't known each other that long, Teresa. I want to know, why do you do all this? What is the end that Babel seeks in compromising with the military commission?
There's something I want to show you, Doctor. We had to ask you about Originium sooner or later. That's why Kelsey woke you up. Please come and see the results of my brief time at work.
Oh?
We're almost there.
This place is barren, even by the standards of a catastrophe-heavy region, but Closure has spent time and effort to maintain this dangerous little trail. A forked trail in the midst of Originium formalities. You're not keeping any fewer secrets than I am, Teresa.
A king of Sarkas has to have a few secrets, right? Don't tell anyone what you see here.
Secret. Ooh, pretty.
A long trek through the Originium-filled wasteland leads to a small garden. In the heart of a catastrophe, amidst the ruins, on the nameless plain that neither night nor the stars can find. Tiny white specks mark this little sanctuary, isolated from the rest of the world, and the wild lands around it. Even the winds seem softer here. It is a forgotten greenhouse that harkens back to a time in the distant past, when the land was still pure and untainted. Like when man stole fire from above, and lit a corner of the night sky. Teresa picks up a white flower. This place represents the cutting edge of Babel's and my research into Originium.
Flowers?
No, Originium. I'm sure you understand that Oh, yes, Kun, you little rebel. Okay, looks like it's better now at least. No race understands Originium better than the Sarkas. Still, what we know is merely the tip of the iceberg compared to the entirety of Originium. Even with Kelsey helping us understand the nature of Originium, the furthest we have gone is transforming a palm-sized piece of active Originium into this garden. Hope. This little flower is my small contribution. I need your help, Doctor. I want to see the day when flowers cover the cliffs and valleys of Kazdel, and all the lands beyond. This is cute. I like this. Originium can grow flowers. Kinda reminds me of the last Sui sibling thing event. How they were trying to get those rice crops that could grow in Originium tainted places. Same thing kind of ish. Teresa has pretty white flowers while the Sui siblings had a rice plant. Wow, plants really are the best here, huh? Mule sis, you gotta help us out with the plant research now. I want to see the day when flowers cover the cliffs and valleys of Kazdel, and all the lands beyond. It's a future worth taking risks for. You've seen how Kazdel has been mired with war for its entire history, Doctor. Right now, at least, I want to use the power of Originium to create a home for Kazdel, where people can live in peace, safe from war and invasion. In the more distant future, if we're able to fully harness it, we'll be able to change the entire face of Terra. If catastrophe don't bring rain of Originium, but soft, fluffy clouds. If the infected no longer suffer the pain of rocks growing out of them. I don't suppose there's anyone who would have such an absurd dream. You're different from the other Sarkas, Teresa. Flowers that cover the entire land. What a picture of life that would be. Doctor? Why this flower? Oh, there's no particular reason. I just happened to come across it outside the valley when I was looking for a good place for my experiments. A pure coincidence. Kelsey said it had a name, Snow in Summer, but it's adapted to change over the years. Perhaps we could give it a new name. What do you think, Doctor? A new path is opening up. A path to self-destruction. Wait, why you gotta go so ominous after this cute scene? How dare you?
Can you hear me, Teresa?
I'm listening. I was giving the doctor a tour of our...
Urgent news from Kazdel. It concerns Victoria.
Oi. I want to do BB5. Fires up uprising. And then for sure I'll be able to finish tomorrow at least. Hehehe. Hehehe. Teresa's a sweetie. And I like how close her and Kelsey are. It's adorable. I'm just staring at this map one more time. Okay, 2. Oh, defending though. Actually, no, I'll be fine. I believe in myself. I'm a rebel. It's better I go through more today than tomorrow. Since... yeah, tomorrow I can sleep in, basically. So, another one. Your Highness Theresis, Regent of Kazdel, Commanding General of the Military Commission, wandering scholars have brought back tales of new nomadic city on the rise in the distant desert. The fires of the ancient furnace continue to burn, and once scattered mercenaries have flocked into the banner, to the city walls that grow taller by the day. Your strength and reputation have caught the attention of the Duke of Cavendish. You've changed the way we view the Sarkas tribes. Perhaps now is the time to set prejudices aside and engage in sincere sharing and cooperation that would be beneficial to us both.
I, the Duke of Cavendish, hereby invite you to visit my demesne, where we may sit and parley. Our venerable empire has use for you and your brave warriors. Well. Winter, 1091. One more time. I have to do this. No point talking about curing neuropathy if I can't do something so simple. Arg! Still no good. I was only trying to lift a med kit. Like, how much does that weigh? 10 pounds? What? Aw. It was sad seeing Teresa inside of Londinium by Teresa's side. It's like, gosh darn it. It's because Teresa's brought her back. She has to stay with them. Because of that. Excuse me, why don't you put that medkit down? Leave that stuff to us. Alright. I should practice with something later. Some time in the gym would do you good, once you recovered. Thanks, field soldier. I gotta go to the gym for reals. I'll practice with those 2-pound weights. At present, there is no way for you to match the physical prowess of a Tyran through training. But what about you? You think at best the noodle arms can lift his papers? You know, unfortunately I believe that. You've looked on edge since that day. I'm thinking about Teresa. Traveling alone to a city under enemy control isn't the most logical course of action for a leader. The warriors with her may be outstanding, but they're not enough to protect her in the face of an entire army. The King of Sarkas enjoys an unimaginable status in Sarkas tradition, and Teresa's own achievements are well recognized. The military commission would not act rashly. But Victoria's invitation to Kazdel cannot be taken as a sign of goodwill. It means that Terra's powers have once again set their sights on Kazdel. Teresa needs to go to Kazdel and make it clear that she would not permit Kazdel to become embroiled in another war. Even if I know how the military commission and Babel came into being, in my understanding, the Sarkas can hardly afford an internal conflict that could drain them of what little resources they have left. They have enough to deal with as it is. They have a complicated history, and that brings different attitudes towards outsiders. The Sarkas people have a right to choose the path they believe is correct. Teresa's or Teresa's. It looks like we've got a lot to deal with besides neuropathy. There's a big difference between knowing and understanding, I guess. Looks like there's much I still need to learn about from the history of Terra. This time, you'll be the one to guide me, Kelsey. Of course. All we can do right now is make sure that the neuropathy patients at Rhodes Island have access to proper treatment.
What's going on? An attack now?
Of course.
Word is Her Highness set out. Listen up. We exalt only Her Highness, destroy Babel, and she will return to the embrace of Kazdel. If we're branded traitors, so be it. But the Regent must not be hindered at this crucial juncture. Kazdel will take back all that we have lost. May the Sarkas be united as Her Highness wills.
Scar Market, Kazdel.
Her Highness is coming. Her Highness, the one who's still on the run. His or her, it's not your place to talk shit. Ha! Say, did you take the job? Wouldn't pass up an opportunity like this if it's the last thing I did. Londinium, that den of scum. They say the columns of that feline palace are covered in gold, and the nobles walk on floors paved with glowing stones.
Sarkas expletive.
Capital of great empire. Of a great empire, a commission from a Grand Duke. There's gonna be so much money. It's been a while, Ascalon. It's been so long since you've last visited. Why not sit down and catch up for a bit? You're sending mercenaries to Londinium. Now, I must object to that accusation. People just follow the money, and it leads to what the Regent has provided in Londinium. You're dragging Kazdel into another war. Dragging Kazdel into another war. Have been fooling around with those dreamers at Babel for so long, they've forgotten what it means to be a Sarkaz. Since when have Sarkaz been apart from war?
The giant's hand lunges forward. Ascalon is surprised to find that she cannot avoid his fist.
Grr. Seeing the future is hard. Seeing through what you would do next, less so. Did you think you were a child of destiny, so special that you could bridge the rift between the siblings?
Maybe.
Think back to the day when you saw them for the first time. When you skinned that young mangler and followed the trail of blood through the wilderness, until you walked into the storm and met the king of Sarkaz. How did you? How did I know? Are you surprised, Ascalon? I saw the prophecy and led the tribe into the wastes into the storm, the day with Gang. You happen to be the one who lived. No one truly understands prophecy. No one can interfere with the future, but I want to catch the tail of fate. I want to make prophecy. Theresis didn't kill you instead. He kept you and raised you. Maybe he wanted to tempt fate. But you never changed in all these years. You're still that poor lost child in the wastes.
It will be interesting seeing like their dynamic. It'll be kind of funny. Like, Theresis can't say anything about Teresa basically adopting Amia either, because look at Theresis adopting lost children.
Have patience, Ascalon. You're not a threat to me yet, and I have higher hopes for you than this.
Master said, your blade points at all the enemies of the Sarkaz.
Theresis raised you to be a deathmonger, yet you understand less about him than a warmonger like me. Did you think Theresis would be content to be some puppet for those dukes? Spare your breath, if you don't know the full extent of his plan. I'm curious. How would you stand before Theresis if he was sitting in the room behind me right now? You're simply repeating words of others, on behalf of the one behind you.
You seem to have put a lot of thought into this war.
How many hostiles?
Exact numbers unclear. We detected hostiles both in front and behind of us. A lot of them.
Whether it was Theresis' intention or not, the other generals of the military commission seem intent to crush Babel while Theresis is absent. That way, the Sarkaz won't have a choice. How many combat personnel do we have? The best soldiers went into negotiations with Your Highness. A good part of the remaining ones have been assigned to the supply convoys. We only have less than 1/3 of our normal force. At the very least, we need to break through the roadblock ahead. Kelsey, I'll take command. Doctor? If, as you said, this attack was launched by only a few members of the military commission, then they're undoubtedly planning to get this done in one go. We can't let them set the pace. Find out where their lines are thin, disrupt the rhythm, and we'll be safe.
Have you fought a war before, Dr. Misaki?
Not the flesh and blood kind, but I've been trained. I play video games, my dude. I'm able to reconstruct a battlefield as a computable data model. Take the front line, Kelsey. I know you'll be able to protect us.
Because you're strong unlike me, Kelsey.
Of course.
Welcome to the Scar Market, Your Highness.
Things must be busy here lately.
Busy.
No need to go against the will of the many. Am I right, Your Highness?
The voices of the few are worth respecting too. Many know nothing of what's happening in the lands beyond. Their lives will be turned upside down. They'll be without a home once again.
I'm just a humble merchant. My business only stretches so far. Mercenaries seek to sell their lives. I seek to make money. That's why I always respect the positions of my big clients.
Then I'll talk to your biggest client, the one in the room behind you.
Your Highness should go no further.
Since when have you started meddling in the affairs of Kazdel, Scar?
All the more reason I can't let you go further.
Well,
Please, don't make things difficult for Scar, Your Highness. You understand that there's only one way this can go if you and the Regent come face to face here.
Confessarius.
I beg Your Highness's pardon.
Sounds like you've made a decision. Is this Teresa's position?
It is.
Has he decided to abandon our city?
Not abandon, take a step forward. To go on a long expedition away from home, that's all. You've made us stagnant. We want to progress. The Confessarius is right. I still remember when you and General Theresis came here for the first time. Even fate itself stepped aside for the two of you, when you stood together. But look at the people here now, when Kazdel is divided. You can still command any Sarkas at your will as their king. You can kill all of us who stand here right now. But why not ask them if they're still willing to follow your dream?
The bustling Scar market has lost its usual commotion. Scattered mercenaries slow their weapons and stand with heads bowed in reverence. In their eyes is silence, but the King of Sarkas hears the voices in their hearts clearly. Uncertainty, excitement, desire, anger. Most of you have made up your minds. Then there is no point for me to try and stop you. One of the Sarkas suddenly kneels. He has not changed his mind. He has not turned away from the temptation of Teresa's plan. He simply feels a sense of guilt towards Teresa, one of the 6 heroes, the king who rebelled Kazdel.
Kneel if you feel you should. Neither General Teresa nor Lord Scar will fault you. Ah, this ancient gesture signifies more than just fealty. I am more familiar with its other meaning. Penitence.
Chui Sartu Stag. Have you found the meaning of your name?
Not yet, Your Highness.
Then forgive their sins, as you must forgive yours. Teresa and I will carry all your sins.
As you bid. I bow to you, King of Sarkas.
In millennia of Sarkas history, it has always been an honor for warriors to go to war with their kings. They have tasted struggle and glory, picked themselves up from the bloodied soil. Where the kings of Sarkas always stood in front of them, never abandoning their people. With the king's point, that is where home is, where cities will emerge from the earth. Now though, they've abandoned their king. I promise a home of peace and safety, where Sarkas will be forever free from war. Before I set foot here, I had a sliver of hope that perhaps someone would follow me. But I saw fire in your eyes. I saw the city that none of you had seen with your own eyes burn. The ancient city comes in many shapes and forms in your eyes. A city of desire, a city of hatred, a city of wealth, a city of glory. You all believe that you will plunder what you have longed for in that unfamiliar land. That is why I changed my mind. I decided to see Kazdel's bravest warriors off. Kazdel will embark on the path of conquest for the first time in many years. I honor you, even though I never wanted you to take this step. You answered Teresa's call and dove into yet another campaign of hatred. Death awaits you far away from home, and you still choose to leave our home and go to Londinium. The sorrowful King of Sarkas walks among your people, who bow their heads to avoid her gaze. Yet their determination does not waver, even if it means to find the king. We're going. Voices rise and fall, as though the warriors are singing an elegy for themselves as they go to death. They literally woke up and chose violence.
We exalt Your Highness, but we cannot follow you anymore. The Regent promises that Londinium will be a new start. There lies the Sarkas' future. There lies our future.
Take care of yourselves, my warriors, even if you will never return to Kazdel. The white figure passes through the parted crowd. The king's people are unmoved by her words. They no longer follow the king they once exalted. The other possibility for her people The home full of flowers that she strived to build did not come in time for the sarcasm.
General, you knew this day would come. What do you think? Hesitate, and all we work for will be for naught. Her Highness did not hesitate, neither should we. Make your preparations then, Manfred. Do not forget the feelings and burn within you, here and now, no matter what they are.
Secret entrance of Scar Market, Kazdel. No need to be down, Ascalon. More will join us when Babel grows strong enough to provide shelter for more people. Man.
We're being followed.
Your Highness. Wait, Ascalon. She's not hostile. Whoa, that was a hard hit. Is that a sleeve blade? Anyway, Your Highness, I would like to leave with you, if that's okay with you. Thank you. What's your name?
Julie.
A nice name. One that's not often used by mercenaries. Did you make it up yourself?
No, I don't have a name. Someone else gave it to me. She said having a name gives one a sense of belonging.
She's right. Why not follow the rest of them to Londinium?
I've had enough of fighting. She says Your Highness will bring about a life where we don't have to fight anymore. That's what I came to check out. That's why I came to check it out for her. I just wanted to challenge you before deciding whether to go with you. But I didn't even have the guts to raise my sword when you stood before me.
You're a strong warrior, that's for sure.
I wouldn't say that about myself when I'm standing right in front of you. At least, I can be sure that she wasn't playing me for a fool when she said that you were once a great hero of Kazdel. A reason so simple, it's hard to believe.
The red-haired mercenary scratches her head.
Well, I guess I like the way you talk just now. Not sure if I understood most of it, though.
Where's your friend? She can come too.
She's already here. Her sword and clothes may be a little loose-fitting, though. She was a strong warrior, felt a little like this one over here.
I'm a little something of a tailor. I could hem it for you.
There's no need. I'm used to it.
Let's go then, Julie.
One moment, please, Your Highness. There are other mercenaries here who want to go with you.
Teresa looks toward the dark exit of the Scar Market and sees a swaying speck of flame. One speck becomes two, two becomes three, and many more emerge from the darkness. The first torch-carrying mercenary steps into the sunlight and sees the white figure standing on top of the hill. He points towards and walks towards Teresa without looking back. More and more follow him, the line seemingly without end.
Just because we're used to battle doesn't mean we're willing to bury ourselves in a campaign with no one in sight. If there's another way to live, many of us are willing to take it. I heard some people were secretly recruiting the willing in Kazdel. There may be some there ready to join us, although the journey there through the wilderness will be a tough one.
I'll make arrangements. Let's go, Julie. We have a lot to do. There are plenty of people for us to house after all. Cute, there be hope.
You're back. They retreated. Outstanding work, Doctor.
Who? A group of medics hurry through the door carrying several stretchers. Kelsey turns to block them from the doctor's sight.
The enemy was essentially making suicide attacks. It was inevitable that there would be casualties, so we broke through. We lost fewer than we had any right to expect.
How many did we lose?
There was nothing wrong with how you commanded the operation. You don't need to be involved in the cleanup.
Dr. Kelsey, we're running low on plasma.
I'll deal with the coordination and surgery.
The medics have already gone. The doctor is not sure whether the terrifying scene just now was a figment of the imagination, but the smell of blood simply would not go away. A sense of dizziness. I'm able to reconstruct the battlefield as a computable data model. But it's not numbers that fight a war. Living, breathing people are fighting for their survival. How long has it been since I...
Doctor. First time seeing the blood and gore.
You could say that. I'm used to my video games. We didn't have so many lives to waste in the wars I fought in the past.
Treat yourself to a sweet drink. It'll make you feel better. I speak from experience.
I drowned my sorrows in milkshakes.
It's all thanks to your command that we were able to triumph against overwhelming odds.
Are your battles always like this?
No, this is one of the easy ones. I'll gladly entrust my life to you if it means our future battles will be so easy.
Is war really the only way?
You're not the first to ask that question, but this attack is only a sign of things to come. No one knows what the future holds. I have great expectations of you, our tactical genius.
The history books would record that the two Sarkas rulers declared war on each other in the winter of 1091, causing open hostilities to break out between the military commission and Babel. For the Sarkas themselves, however, the civil war had begun in 1086 when the isolated conflict started to escalate rapidly. The 2 centuries of peace that Kazdel had enjoyed have come to an end. Oof. The biggest of oofs. Theresis is just stuck in the past for reals. Like, honestly. And, ooh, how do I want to do this? Actually, this is fine. I shouldn't hesitate for too long. But yeah, Theresis is clearly the one stuck in the past, if anything. Wanting to go to war, fight. Like, you see the people who are on his side, the guys who are on his side. Our pretty boy vampire. Especially. He's got them boomers on his side. The boomer mentality. Look at this beastie enemy, he's so cute, I don't want to fight him. Oh, it's so precious. Oh, I don't want to fight that. It's too cute. Aw, come on. Do I really have to fight that? Man. I don't want to fight the cutie. It's too cute. Okay, no fear now. Alrighty, I'll go. Being over here seems good, actually. Yeah, this is fine. Oh, actually, I should have faced her up. Oh well, too late. No regrets.
Ready to go. Stay clear of the blast.
Yeah, no regrets. Ooh, I gotta bring out a healer. Okay. That wasn't too bad, actually. Winter 1092. Border battlefield Kazdel.
Those rampaging sister beasts, are they migrating? The vanguard never stood a chance. All those who didn't get out of the way in time were. And those soldiers moving in perfect coordination without exchanging a word. None of that was in the intel.
That's not what we need to worry about. Oh, it's her. Hey, Ursula. Hi, girl. Hey. Nice to see you again. Hi. Hi. Mwah. 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 Well, yeah, Teresa's is just going with the flow for the most part. He's like, the people wanna fight. I'm gonna enable it. I'm an enabler. Hehehe. Without the hehehe part. He just like... He's just having his cold look no matter what. He's just going with the flow for reals. He's like, they wanna fight. Whatever, let them fight. Me. I'm the ranking officer now. All survivors form up and retreat immediately. These supplies are crucial. It'll be hard winter without them.
Yes, ma'am. But how did things go so wrong even though we made our move early? Did our informant?
The intel was good. We were delayed by the mercenaries transporting the supplies. They upped the price on the spot. I've dealt with them. This is why I hate mercenaries.
Another coincidence.
It's not a coincidence that it keeps happening over and over again. We've had way too many setbacks lately. Focus. Babel forces must be...
Wait, help.
A flash of white and a hole appears in the soldier's forehead. They cannot even tell where the attack is coming from, and the noise of a sissy bee stampede.
Leave the supplies behind, and you may leave unmolested. You have been warned.
What a warning! The way it sounds. Without warning, Ursula hears a cold, coarse voice in her head.
He's dead.
Sarcasm expletive.
We need to withdraw. Did you hear that voice? Humph. Just a bluff.
Keep your head low and stay with me. Don't get separated. Stick together if you want to live. We need to get these supplies back.
As for the vanguard,
we're in no position to think about them.
they're retreating. I suppose nabbing supplies isn't so easy after all.
Be patient and follow the doctor's instructions. The chairman has said that the priority is to minimize casualties.
I know mantra.
Mantra's lips are closed, but Scout can hear her voice clearly in his head. Mantra looks so cool. She is the perfect coordinator for Babel's covert operations, and a shadow that eats away at the enemy's sanity.
The enemy vanguard has been scattered by the herd. The survivors have fled into the woods.
Mantra, why do you have to look so badass?
The enemy's actions were spontaneous, unplanned. They must have known that we decrypted their communications, but the envelopment succeeded nonetheless. We can leave the rest to Ascalon.
Ooh, that might be the same person. Since they said that Mantra is very, very good at this kind of stuff. Yeah, the perfect coordinator.
We can leave the rest to Ascalon. Ascalon will not fail. Neither will we. Ha, you're absolutely right. You should get some rest, Mantra. Talking takes a toll on you. No need to worry about the follow-up. We have the doctor. Who directed this operation? The evil spirit again. Just what is this commander? Which royal court does it come from? If it can do this to us, it can do it to you too. Why would you sell your soul to something like that? I'm getting out of here alive.
The mercenary hears breathing in the darkness, not far away, and swings his sword without hesitation.
Got you! Ugh. You're wounded too. You think you can kill me and walk away alive? Get out of my way or I'll kill you if it's the last thing I do. You're not taking Marcel's things. He's going home. Home? Our home is Kazdel. You, traitors to Kazdel.
The mercenary keeps swinging his sword at Oda, who only passively blocks with his hammer. The mercenary's movement slows down, and his breathing grows weak.
Babel. Morons.
Wasn't it the military commission who betrayed Kazdel?
Relax, he's dead. Be more decisive next time, Oda. and there'll be fewer injuries. The entire squad is dead. They should have died an honorable death, not tormented by fear.
I don't think I'm gonna get all the medals. I usually don't finish the challenge quest because they get too difficult.
This is not the right time to show mercy. Bring Marcel. Our mission is finished. You remember his name? I remember everyone in Babel. The living and the dead. The ones who had names and the ones who didn't. I could have saved him. It's just hard to raise your weapon against your own kin. Even if it's to avenge Marcel. Your father died in the chaos of the city. Have you ever thought of seeking vengeance for him?
Oda takes a deep breath.
I hate the people who killed him, but vengeance doesn't change anything. A classical ideal. Rational, righteous, human. What if your vendetta is with a cold-blooded deathmonger, with hands soaked in blood? Would you say you kill for justice and your ideals without a hint of hatred? I'm not sure. Do you regret killing mercenaries who threatened Babel, Ascalon? No. Then I won't either.
Yo. Being called an evil spirit's actually kind of a compliment. It's like, dang, you think I'm that cool? Especially around Halloween time, hehe. Rhodes Island of Babel, Kazdel.
What are you here for? I've already said it many times. It was my own decision to betray your highness. It had nothing to do with the military commission, and I'm not an informer for them. You want to execute me, make it quick.
Oh, it's Ace!
I'm not here to torture you. I brought some wine. I don't need it. Are you sure? This is Victorian's fruit wine, not some lousy swill. What are you here for? To catch up about old times. We have nothing to talk about. I know Scout's hiding something from me. Ascalon would too, because she knows we know each other. But I can make a pretty good guess why you wanted to kill the doctor. Be my guest. You're not a sore loser. You're unhappy because the doctor is an outsider. Everyone wants Babel and the military commission to get along. You believe that Dr. Kelsey, the doctor, have widened the rift, rather than mended it. Good guess. Now get out. I'm an outsider too, and I'm still fighting for the sarcasm to this day. You... The wine. You're drinking out of your hat?
As one do. Did you give him a cup, sir? I don't think you gave him a cup, so he's gonna drink out of his hat. See? Look.
Do you see a wine glass in the cell? You should have brought one.
Gulp.
Ah. What happened to the rest of your team? Let's see. The one with the spear, the caster, the one with the shield who's sitting here right now. A medic and a sniper. Skull spear, white smoke, gray sun, Strauss, walnut, Kung, herb. So the sniper's name was Herb.
Yes! Herb the sniper.
He's dead. Let bygones be bygones. All good fighters. If I ever get to mentor the young, I'll raise them to be that kind of fighter. Selfless, honest, cautious about picking a side, but committed once they've made their choice. Pah, how sentimental. Do the Sarkas hate outsiders in Babel that much? Fools like you who give your lives for Her Majesty wouldn't understand. Babel might be changing certain things, but it's meaningless. It's not fast enough, and its reach is not far enough. Her Highness did not have to have her hands tied. She didn't need to waste her time. The doctor helped Chairman Teresa a lot. In what capacity? A researcher, a military commander, both. Even though the doctor killed so many Sarkas, the more people like that, the longer the war will drag on. His Highness's achievements are grand. Her Highness's achievements are grand. She solved problems all her life, taking care of the needs of the generations, and now she leads the fight against Aripathy. But what's happening now? We're fighting the military commission, fighting our own. That's not part of her vision. You're a mercenary, but you're not a Sarkas mercenary. True enough. I only came to Babel because I was with the others. I got involved in this because most of my people were Sarkas. Oh, White Smoke is dead too. Why bring her up now? I thought maybe there was something going on between you two. Doesn't matter, she's dead. She died in the presence of Chairman Teresa. Damn, now I'm starting to envy her. What happened? Ambush. Only the two of us survived, but she lost her legs and to an arch trap. I had to drag her through the mud. That's when we ran into Chairman Teresa. Well, we ran to the doctor first. Pah, the evil spirit showed up on the battlefield personally.
That's right, I haunt everyone.
Believe it or not, I thought I was looking at a Lateran priest when I first saw the doctor in the distance. Huh? The doctor was praying with that black hood bowed low, next to the glowing chairman. Wasn't even kneeling or doing any sort of ritual, just gazing silently into the distance with Chairman Teresa.
Ah yes, I was just standing there menacingly, gazing off into the distance with my head down.
The evil spirit you're talking about, Dr. Misaki, is not some heartless monster. The doctor is torn, wandering in solitude, and still in the end chose to bring victory to Babel. So you came to preach? You're trying to guilt trip me? Get on and take your bloody wine. You think I would? No, you're not that naive. Has a decision been made? Yes. Death sentence? The doctor and the chairman, Teresa, have reservations, but Dr. Kelsey and most of the fighters who participate in the operation won't have it any other way. What about you? Your betrayal cost us dozens of lives, brother. This time, I'm with Dr. Kelsey. Humph, more wine. You just spilled the last of it. Are you gonna be doing it? Yes. No need to burden Scout. He's tough on the outside, but tender inside, and I don't want to hand you over to anyone else. I came to tell you, brother, that even though you did something stupid, Babel will remember your name. We'll keep fighting, keeping your warning and reproach in our hearts. Train some promising young ones while you're at it. Well, you still can. Decent ones like you don't have long.
Well, this is kind of a nice talk between them. They're like, man, why'd you gotta do that? But whatevs. You know, you're gonna die anyway, so let's just talk for now.
Guess so. See you again when the Sarkis can finally live in peace.
He gave him a final drink, too.
The traitors and spies have been executed. Royal Court spies. The tribe. Work. War zone. Report that they blocked the key passages leading out of the mountains after attacking Babel positions. The general did not order this, but it's someone from a royal court or a Syracusan plot. Unlikely. Reports indicate no particular bloodline characteristics to the witchcraft, and little effort was made to cipher communications. It's a rabble. May I speak frankly, sir? The unit may be rogue, but they just happen to cram Babel within the catastrophe. Isn't that a good thing for us? What about the other commanders and mercenary captains? Watching the show, of course, waiting to see if the enemy chooses to surrender or die at the hands of the catastrophe and the ruffians. I wouldn't overthink it if I were you, sir. You've shown as much mercy as you possibly could by ordering that we pull out of the valley and leave an opening for them. Who knows, maybe some of my family are in that catastrophe. I've gotten over it. You don't care. I try not to.
Rose Island of Babel, Kazdel.
Sorry I'm late. So?
Hello, Pith. I like that blue streak in your hair, Pith. No need to start from the beginning. Ace was called on short notice. Just follow Mantra's instructions. Go ahead, we don't have much time.
Emergency?
Nods.
I'll keep going then. We have 2,500 souls in the catastrophe radius. Mostly medics, infected civilians, prisoners, and injured mercenaries. The scale of the catastrophe is larger than the catastrophe messengers predicted. It's currently expected to affect 5 outposts, 3 key passages, and a field hospital repurposed from an abandoned town. They'd almost made it out of the catastrophe's radius when their path was cut off by mercenaries. Trapping medics, wounded, and civilians to die in catastrophe? Is Manfred willing to go to such lengths these days? It's not his style. The 3 military commission units have retreated from the forest, even leaving the humanitarian corridor open on one of the canyons. The military commission has casters on the cliffs, ready to annihilate any armed unit that attempts to pass through. But they're not trying to hide what they're doing, and they're not doing anything we didn't expect. These mercenaries are different. They came out of nowhere, attacked our positions, destroyed important road and bridges.
roads and bridges, and polluted several water sources in the mountains with originium explosives. There seems to be no reason with their actions. Who's their employer? We're still looking into it, but based on what little intelligence we have, it's very likely that they're rogue. Revenge. A last gasp struggle after being abandoned by Theresis, instigation by another country. Anything's possible. Doesn't matter. I'll find out who their leader is and kill them. Without a leader, a band of aimless mercenaries is just a useless rabble. You go save those people, we'll regroup back at base. I'll leave them to you then. One last message. Her Highness says that the operation is not part of the campaign. We should be relieved. In a war that has become increasingly gridlocked, the opposing sides have a chance to work together for a common goal, saving lives from catastrophe.
Well, that's one way to end the night. Rescue mission next time. But hey, I think I did good progress, all things considered. Plus, I can farm this stage for these thingies. I need more of these thingies. I need more devices. So it's perfect, actually, that I finished on 5 instead. I mean, I could always go for those rocks, but still, those devices are tastier to me than the other stuff. I feel pretty good. So instead of starting 2 hours earlier, 2 hours earlier tomorrow, I'm gonna start my normal time. Because I think I should be able to finish it in good time, honestly, since I got through a little bit more than I was planning to. I like learning about the past, but gosh darn it, I did not expect my ex-wife to be my daughter. Oopsies, my bad. That's a little bit awkward. And gosh darn it, the doctor was always weak. I thought I was just weak after, you know, coming back to life with my coma and stuff. But no, I was always a noodle arm. That's so sad. They even said I should hit the gym. I do like my edgy nickname of evil spirit. That is cool. And I also like how Ascalon's origin story is coming out of the wastelands, being a little savage child, and always beating up Manfred. Oh, Ascalon, you are the greatest. But gosh darn it, Teresa, you little piece of poo. Being so complacent with everything, you're just like, they want to fight, okay, whatever. Oh, if they want to fight, sure, I'll lead them to fights. Because they want to fight, I'm not gonna stop them, so... They want to do what they want to do, I'm gonna just go with it. Me. That's how I saw him. I'm like, gosh darn it, boy. You really gotta be that way? Whatevs, I guess. It'll be fun finishing the event tomorrow. I don't expect a happy ending just because it's an event of the past. Those are usually extra sad. But it's good to at least learn, right? So with that being said, thank you everyone for stopping by the stream. I hope everyone has a great rest of their day and epic gotcha luck. Oh man, I'm excited to finish the event tomorrow though. So I'll see you guys then at the normal time instead of 2 hours earlier. So, bye-bye. Yay! And do I think Teresa would make it? I think he probably would. Well, up to current story anyways.